labor we give, and with neighbors home and our country's calling, peace and friendship will live. Oh, Uganda, the land that feeds us, by sun and fertile soils grow. For our own land will always stand the pearl of our Africa's crown. Mungu tuomba unilinde, Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mushikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Kyambogo University, what a mighty center you are. Behold to you we entrust a future today, abounding skills and knowledge, you free and truly give us for the nation's growth and progress. We surely shall succeed. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you, for the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and the beautiful to provide the skills to the young and the old, in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent. The pillars that you're made of, strong and firm, always stand. So fast, so focused in all that they do. Their grace with notwithstanding, your glory remains so distinct. Your vision shone a marvel to us. Education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent.
Thank you. Keep standing for the opening prayer. Dr. Rwakijuma Letitia. Please, Robin, send her the mic. Thank you.
Let us humble ourselves and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful morning. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for each one and everyone who is here in this morning. We have gathered here today to share knowledge, to share ideas. We thank you because you are the one who has enabled us to do each and everything. We are committing our day on your hands. We are committing the discussions we are going to have and the debates on your hands, because whatever you have on your hands, nothing can be wrong. We continue to pray in this workshop, which is going to run for 3 days, to move on smoothly as per the program. Bless the speakers, bless the organizers, bless each one and everyone. And we continue to pray, oh Lord, as we are going through different sessions, be our guide, provide for us guidance. We commit each and every activity on your hands. Through the mighty name of the Lord, I pray.
Amen. Thank you. Members, take your seats. And thank you so much, Department of Performing Arts, for leading us in our anthems. Thank you so much. Robin.
Thank you very much once again, the Department of Performing Arts, for your presentation and for your usual availability whenever you are called upon. And welcome everybody to this International Interdisciplinary Consortium Africa Conference beginning today. We will continue with the program, and I want to take this opportunity to invite Professor Chidozie Nobi Okoye. He is many other things, but I will mention one, that he is representing the Vice Chancellor of Chikwemeta Umedugu Ujukwu University in Nigeria. If you don't know how to read those things like I have done, you say COOU. Professor, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must say I'm very glad being here in Uganda. I see Professor Eli. I'm very glad. It makes me happy because we had a nice time together in Nigeria. And I must confess, seeing him once again gladdens my heart. Prof, thank you very much. Thank you very much for agreeing to host this great event. I know it's not, because when you came to Nigeria, I was the LOC chairman, and I knew it took a lot from me. So I'm experienced in, organizing this kind of thing. So, to Dr. Joseph, thank you very much for putting together this grand event. Like the person who introduced me, my name is Professor Chidozie Nobi Okoye. I'm from Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University in Nigeria. So, and I'm representing the Vice Chancellor of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, distinguished Professor Kate Azuka Omenwea, who is equally the chairman of Inter-University Consortium Africa. So, she asked me to apologize profusely to Professor Eli Katunguka because she wanted to be here. She wanted to be here, but presently on the 8th of November, we are holding a state elections, gubernatorial elections. And you know, she's an appointee of the governor. So, and the governor said, he must be around. I can't be, I can't be running for re-election and then you tell me you are away in Uganda. It doesn't show commitment. So, you know, I was part of the planning, but it didn't really occur to me because she really blamed me because she said if it had been moved a week further or a week behind, she would have been here. So she was really disappointed not to be here. So, but that notwithstanding, she sent a delegation of 2 people. I and my colleague, Professor Ikeche Bello, who is the Director of Collaboration and Linkages of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. So, well, I'll go through her speech. That's her welcome address. So I'm just if we go to the program, is there with her picture. Although I think it's on page 8. You know, with her picture. So welcome address by the Chairman, Inter-University Consortium Africa, Professor Kate Azuka Omenwea. So it is with great pleasure and profound gratitude that I welcome you all to the 10th International Interdisciplinary Conference of the Inter-University Consortium Africa. This event stands as a distinguished platform for intellectual exchange and collaboration among scholars, researchers, innovators from Africa and beyond. More than just an academic gathering, it's a celebration of shared knowledge, creative inquiry, and our collective pursuit of sustainable development in an increasingly interconnected world. Since the formation of the consortium in 2013 through the visionary partnership between Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Nigeria, and the University of Eldoret, Kenya, IUCA has recorded remarkable progress. What began as a modest collaboration between 2 progressive institutions has evolved into a vibrant network of 7 universities spanning Africa and Europe. This expansion is a testament of our shared vision to foster academic excellence, promote interdisciplinary research, and strengthen institutional linkages for societal transformation. So, many of you may know it started with in a humble beginning. It was started as a collaboration between two universities, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University and University of Eldoret, which was spearheaded by Reverend Sister Professor Felicia Opara from Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University, and then Professor Ahmed Ferej. Ferej is here. I won't be so formal. Ferej, can you stand up for? Yeah. So Ferej. So and so both of these two people and others, they've been playing very serious roles. I don't know, where is the Reverend Sister Gakwa? Where is she? She's joining us. Huh? She'll be joining us. I want to see her. These are the people. Okay, and what's her? Joyce Aikuru. Yes, please. Please let them come. When I see them, I'm happy because they. So, as the current chairman of IUCA, I'm pleased to announce that we have embarked on 2 strategic initiatives that will define the next phase of our consortium's evolution. First, we have initiated a comprehensive strategic plan to guide our activities, research priorities, global collaborations over the next decade. This plan will provide a roadmap for institutional growth, capacity building, and impactful engagement with our partners. So as a matter of fact, when we had the last summit meeting was held, she reiterated the need for a strategic plan, because no organization grows without a strategic plan. So, and she directed the steering committee to work towards bringing out this document, which in the next couple of weeks, I think we'll embark on that. Then, second, we have commenced formal registration process of the consortium. This critical step will give IUC a stronger legal and institutional identity, enhance our credibility, and open doors for greater partnerships and collaborations and funding opportunities. So that's one of the things she's passionate about, the registration process, which she's been doing something with respect to that, although maybe at this summit meeting here, we are going to conclude everything in respect to that. So, however, to realize these aspirations, adequate funding remains indispensable, because we must deliberate and innovate in mobilizing resources to sustain the activities of the consortium. Potential sources of funding include international donor agencies, governments, non-governmental organizations, private sector partners, and philanthropic foundations. So, of course, by coming together, we can achieve more than we could achieve if we stay separately. Of course, there's an adage that two good heads are better than one. And then if you get a broom, one single broom, you can break it, but broomstick. But if you tie them together, you cannot break them. So when we come together as a consortium, it gives us leverage in terms of finding funding, and then doing other collaborative activities. So, in continuation, yet to effectively attract such support, IUCA must establish a formal organizational structure complete with registered office, functional website, official contact channels. These elements are essential prerequisites to our emergence as a globally recognized academic network capable of driving research and innovation for development. As we consolidate these institutional foundations, we must not lose sight of the vision of our founding fathers, which is to create a collaborative framework that transcends borders and disciplines, promote academic exchange, and contributes to solving real-world challenges. The goal and objectives enshrined in our Constitution remain as relevant today as they were at inception. That is to promote unity in research, encourage innovation, and foster inclusive growth across partner institutions. A major component of our collective mission is the International Interdisciplinary Conference Series, which began in 2013. The first conference, IIC1, hosted by the University of Eldoret and jointly organized with COOU, attracted participants from over 150 countries and set the tone for the vibrant intellectual engagements that have characterized our gatherings ever since. Since then, the consortium has successfully organized 9 conferences, each hosted by a different member institution. And today we proudly convene the 10th edition, hosted by Kyambogo University, Uganda, from the 5th to the 7th of November, 2025. So the IIC conference series is one of the achievements of the consortium. The IIC 9 was hosted in Nigeria by Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, and it was quite a grand event. And currently Kyambogo University is hosting IIC 10. So, and that's quite a very big achievement for the consortium. The theme of this year's conference, Innovative Pathways to Inclusive Education towards Advancing Knowledge, Technology, and Sustainable Development, is both timely and visionary. It resonates strongly with the ongoing African Renaissance, a period defined by commitment to education, technology, and human capital development as engines of sustainable growth. Regrettably, Africa still bears the burden of the world's largest population of out-of-school children. Confronting this reality demands more government policy. It requires scholarly engagement, evidence-based research, multi-sectoral collaboration. This conference provides the perfect platform for such engagement, bringing thinkers, educators, policymakers, and innovators to propose practical, transformative solutions. You see, so Africa has the largest number of out-of-school children. I think even Nigeria, maybe in Nigeria, Africa should be the leading, should have the highest number. So, and organizing academic gatherings like this, we provide an avenue for us to rub minds together to see how we can, how we can do something in this regard. Of course, the lead speaker, Professor Sesonga, yeah, Sesonga. Sesonga. Beautiful. I think I've been trying to communicate with you, but okay, maybe probably we'll talk later. So, of course, your paper was just very beautiful. It's talking about inclusive education. One of the reasons people fail to attend school is because of violence. Because I think it was one of the children of one of my friends, the child, previously, she was enjoying schooling. The mother takes her to school, she goes there happily. Then, another term, the mother found out if she wants to take her to school, she starts crying, refuses to go. And then she now started making inquiries that it happens that the teacher flogs her. So, and that's a case study of violence, So it scares people. Some, because I know, even during my childhood, some don't want to go to school. They don't want to be flogged. They don't want to be, given some form of corporal punishment. So, so these are some of the things that, bring about children being out of school. So, and whether you like it or not, this must be tackled in Africa. And we must do something in this conference with respect to this. Okay, as scholars and academics, I encourage us to make use of this opportunity to engage meaningfully and build lasting partnerships and generate actionable knowledge that can inform policy, enrich learning systems, and advance inclusive education. Let our deliberations inspire innovative ideas and tangible outcomes that contribute to a more equitable, resilient, and prosperous Africa. An Africa capable of confronting its challenges with creativity, courage, and confidence. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all delegates, speakers, and participants. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a truly enriching conference experience. Thank you, Professor Kate Azuka Omenora, Vice Chancellor, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Nigeria, and the Chairman, Inter-University Consortium, Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chidozie, for that presentation. Without taking more time, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor at Kyambogo University, Professor Erika Tunguka. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, MC. Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, representing the Minister of State for Higher Education, the Vice Chancellors and representatives of the Inter-University Consortium Africa member institutions, members of top management of Kyambogo University and other staff, the Dean of Education, and members of the organizing committee, staff and students, Kyambogo University, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Kyambogo University and on my own behalf, I want to welcome you warmly to this 10th annual conference of the Inter-University Consortium Africa. You are most welcome to Uganda and most welcome to Kyambogo University in particular. Our chief guest, I thank you for finding time to join us at this opening ceremony of this very important conference. We are aware of your very busy schedule, but we know that you are very passionate about education, yourself being a long-time serving teacher. We once again welcome you to Kyambogo University. Madam, you're most welcome. Hosting this event from today for the next 3 days celebrates a decade of collaborative efforts that began with the consortium founding in November 2016 at the University of Eldoret, Kenya. For those who are not familiar with this consortium, it brings together 7 universities drawn from Africa and Europe. I want to welcome the delegation from the University of Eldoret, Kenya, led by my friend Professor Ferej. You are most welcome. Can we see the members from Eldoret who have joined us, please? And give them a round of applause. You are most welcome. The delegation from Mount Kenya University. Mount Kenya University has been hosting these conferences a number of times. And there's my friend, can you see the delegation from Mount Kenya University? Thank you very much. And it's led by Dr. Jared, the Vice Chancellor. Am I correct? I'm stepping in, but I'm working with you. All right, you are most welcome. We have delegation from Chukwemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University, COU for those who cannot pronounce it in full, led by the gentleman who has just made his remarks, and representing the Vice Chancellor of COU, who is the current chairperson of the consortium. We are missing representatives from Sierra Leone, the University of Makeni. I've not seen anybody. And also another person from Paul Vincent University in Poland and the University of Syria and Methodius in Slovak Republic. I think they found it difficult to come. And then we have Kyambogo University, 7th member. And Kyambogo University has had the opportunity to host this event. I think this is the 3rd time. Yeah, thank you very much. We also have in our policy to encourage many universities to join the consortium. And today I'm pleased to welcome from Kampala International University 2 colleagues, Dr. Derek Sekajugo and Dr. Gwochari Edith, who are here to learn about the consortium with a view of joining at a later date. A lot has been said by their chairpersons. I'll be very brief. The theme of the conference, as you have heard, is innovative pathways to inclusive education towards advancing knowledge, technology, and sustainable development. And it resonates strongly with our current historical context as we face a range of complex global challenges. An urgent international concern has arisen regarding the necessity to implement strategic reforms in education. Therefore, our shared goal must be to find innovative ways to improve higher education in the 21st century to ensure that it contributes to socio-economic transformation of our societies. Our governments over the last many years were told that the priority should be primary and secondary education because we were convinced by our colonizers and the World Bank that that's where the masses of the people are, and those are the people to contribute to economic development. Over the last few years, they changed their stand and said higher education must be supported if countries are going to develop capacity to address the countries face, and we address them through curriculum reform at all levels. Our discussions over the next 3 days ought to be carefully focused on key aims to promote systemic quality improvements in our education system. The quality of education is closely linked to the effectiveness of our education systems, and this conference offers an opportunity to examine practical methods for improving teacher training and to review current assessment techniques to ensure educational standards. Our universities must invest in curriculum review, teacher development, relevant and impactful research, and the integration of ICT in learning environments. I think one of the benefits we got from COVID was to know that you don't have to be physical in the same space to learn. And many institutions developed ICT capacity. They have now ICT learning platforms, and we cannot do without enhancing ICT in our learning environments. This platform will enable the exchange of policy reforms, research projects, and technological innovations that are inclusivity.
Council who may be present today, the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, and all your top management and deans, the members of the INTERDisciplinary Consortium of Africa, all people present here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring apology from the Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education, Honorable J.C. Muyingo, who was invited to be the chief guest this morning and to open the conference. He looked forward to being here, but because of some other commitments, national commitments, he couldn't make it. But as the professor has said, it's my great pleasure personally to be here. I'm a teacher by calling, a teacher by training, a teacher by practice, and a teacher for life. So it's a profound honor for me now to represent you, to represent the minister, but I will read what he had prepared as I move forward. But it's really a great honor for me to be here and to address this distinguished gathering on the 10th annual conference of the Inter-University Consortium Africa. We are quality holistic education. And this is for every child, no matter what their socio-economic background is, no matter whether they are labeled normal or special needs, it doesn't matter. As long as they receive quality education in a conducive learning environment, they will be productive. So the fundamental goal then, which resonates deeply with the government's mandate, is to enhance and break through barriers to ensure that all learners, irrespective of their backgrounds and abilities, can access quality education and available opportunities to thrive wherever they are. I urge all participants to utilize the objectives of this conference as a roadmap for action. We must together, collectively, explore ways to enhance and promote equality and non-discrimination in the provision of education. We must address systemic barriers and learning obstacles among the learners in our schools and institutions. We must take analysis very seriously to analyze the practical mechanisms for improvement of teacher training avenues. In our 1992 government white paper, the key statement there is that no nation can be better than its education system, and no education system can be better than its teachers. At the center of formal education, the teacher is number one. So training our quality teachers and providing avenues for them to be all round, open, and understanding, from the psychology to the sociology to the philosophy to the specific subjects of learning, to that level where they can go out and you're sure that a mother or a father has gone out to meet hundreds of young people every morning. We must consider the best practices in reviewing existing curricula and assessment methods for quality education. For a long time, universities have called their facilitators, I will call it that, they've called them lecturers. Is that how we call them here? And lecturers lecture. But we are saying to ourselves, if learning that is practical, that is involving, that is evolving has to happen, then the lecturer has to do more than lecturing. And it doesn't matter which faculty they are doing work in, because this theme does not really just involve the faculty or department of education. It's a theme for all of us as a university. And I'm hoping that the representatives of Kyambogo University here are representing all faculties or all departments. And in case they are not, I hope that the next sessions they can be there. Because we are looking at producing a holistic learner. If I'm training an engineer, what other skills do I need to give him or her to go out as a finished product and be productive and be able to use his engineering knowledge or his agriculture knowledge or his, there are a number of faculties here. How does that person, one, communicate what he knows, uses what he knows, produce results, but also uses it to develop himself and develop the community in which he lives? So I would like to, the minister is saying that we recognize that this is a holistic conference. Its theme touches on everybody, and especially now with the IT-enabled learning and all the available opportunities that are there, that we can now access our library, Mr. Google, and other facilities. We can actually get ourselves out of what my brother has just mentioned, that it's Africa with the highest level of dropout. That is sad, because the world tomorrow will look to Africa for labor. And if Africa has produced that labor, then every child has to receive holistic quality education to the most level that he can go. And when we have that crop of young people, then we can proudly say that Africa is in charge of the world. And we are lucky as Africa, because every country in Africa, which I know, has a lot of natural resources. But who have been enjoying it? Not us. How do we get to enjoy it? By having products of education systems in our countries able to do that. And through such consortia and conferences, we can sharpen ourselves and go back, and Professor Katunguka has mentioned it, because university products are really now finished products. The lower levels are basic, they are giving the foundation. The real building is university education. And so once the building is up, then we don't have to suffer the rain and the wind. We can be inside there and be secure, but also be productive there. So the minister is excited that this conference is expected to produce fruitful discussions which will ensure not only agricultural innovation for sustainable development, but also improving the human resource management of the academic productivity of lecturers. And I'm now saying that we shall move from lecturers to being teachers, because the teacher facilitates learning. These areas are central to the capacity building and our national prosperity. He puts forward a call for action and the expected outcomes, and I'll read them as they are. This gathering should not be just a forum for sharing academic papers and research findings, but an engine for systematic change. The anticipated outcomes, including the proceedings and the conference report summarizing key insights, policy recommendations, and practical steps, should be taken up because they are vital in shaping our future educational landscape and our national development. I call upon the governments to use the findings here to strengthen policies for inclusion. I call upon universities to actively engage in building strong partnerships among universities, civil society, government, and development partners to build capacity for our educators, policymakers, and administrators. We must ensure that this event leads to an enhanced inclusion in education policy and practice. Let us seize these networking opportunities to strengthen further collaboration and partnerships across Africa and Europe. In conclusion, he says, I commend Kyambogo University for ensuring the success of this forum. I'm confident that this conference will be a landmark event for fostering inclusive education practices, promoting equity, and advancing knowledge, technology, and sustainable development. It is now my singular pleasure on behalf of the Minister to officially declare the 10th Inter-University Consortium Africa Conference at Kyambogo University officially open. Thank you all. God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, our chief guest, for officially opening this conference. So we are going to proceed without wasting much time. Now, next is the photo moment. We are going to take the photograph out there. There is a photo booth, and we shall have our Vice Chancellor accompanying the chief guest, and then we shall have members of top management present, deans, and all our partners to take the photo outside. So the camera people, we request that you organize that place because our chief guest is coming for that photo moment. That's where we are going. And then from there, we shall proceed to room 4. We shall be guided by the ushers for health break. We can call it breakfast. That's between breakfast and lunch. So we shall go for that. And then after that, we shall come here and get the guidance on how we shall go into our breakaway sessions. For now, we shall go out for a photo moment. From that, we shall proceed to breakfast, and then we come back here and organize ourselves for breakaway sessions. Thank you very much.
It's not about the curves of the surface. It goes beyond the truth. Oh, it's in the way I look at all. It's this way it's the voice of a heart.
What's happening now is the photo moment. We are outside there at the photo booth. Let's take the pictures. Also, all our partners out. Get this photo. And then we shall go for break tea, which is in room 4 or thereabout. And then from there, we shall converge here again for guidance on the breakaway sessions.
And most of you love this song. And you think that I was in love when I wrote it. I was busy nursing a heartbreak in this cold apartment. I wanted to feel warm. So I penned down Ngongologe. Yeah. Sitting vaona yantiawo, yamarawo, sichesawo, nobuyinza eryobulamu bwange abuwamba, yantwala era. It's getting hot in here. I find the secrets. Sadness and hope that I'm becoming my love will come. An intimate emotion replaced by fear. How you're descending out, being help me find the meaning, 'cause now you are beginning to do away. But you tell me what's all so with all that you want surround me, but all I want is what you want surround me, so I want so today. With all that you want surround me, but all I want with all hearts to the biggest standing tall. Strong and mighty she is, better than my call. She longs for the warmth, but power now she holds. Every bird she hears, hold the song of a land that's dead and gone. Legend be told about her beauty and her heart. Chained by the saints. Do how seen in her dreams, walking like he's her dancing like the leaves. You want it, got spelt away. Flame because fighting. Think what you want, dream, giving life, nourishing humankind. Let your words turn into goals. Your sacrifice, our way of life. Give your all to us so that we serve the one, the queen. Don't be letting chained by you. Children, still but always with the so Jakatomanye obuzito bw'oli eno gye ndi, njagatomanye bw'osanyusa omwoyo gwange, oli kyabugako omuntu ky'atamandazuula, ojjako era Katonda yewe ekisanga yasena obudde nga bukya. Enjuba eba tennavaayo n'onjagira, buli kimu lw'ejjinja erisinga naye sijja kutunda njagala kuba nawe aliba essanyu oba ennaku njagala ggwe omutima gwange ngusa ninamu essuubi lingi buli amaaso we galaga ndaba wakamero akakakasa nti emirembe n'essanyu ebyange ne bwe baliba bayeekero bakwekalakaasa tuliba bulungi akawo embeera zo kyenti ddagala erinyamba nga nnwa ndowooza bulowooza kuffe abadde talya mmere afa mu kadakiika n'ennaka aliba essanyu oba ennaku njagala ggwe omutima gwange ngusa omukono gy'otwala ndaba oliba oludde gy'ogenze njagala ggwe weka okudde kibadde kikwe abakola okutabatutu okufe obabagyobaswala ikola buli kimu sanyuse ngabakola tekoza omusongo oliko jabaddotyamayi toligwanyikweza aliba essanyu oba ennaku omutima gwange omukono gyo tegyogenze anes jagala ggwe bakugwe ggwe By the time all she had was a smile through the raging tides in the snow and wind. And it stands One, then when see you find the green and just what you lost before to bring up the world has never come forth before. No outrageous sounds, the questions how. But every man gets been at 2062 vision for every time. And I feel it. When you question them, I don't, but it's And just thank you.
Hello? Hello? I'm not happy with the tea because it takes away our voices. Hello? How are you? Okay, that's better. Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to Kyambogo University and welcome to this session. If you already have your program book, you know, on the program, we now go to breakaway session. Okay? So in case you are here and you think you are not in the right place, it means you are lost. But if you are lost, this is the right place to start asking. So this is room 105, which has a number of presenters. Check on your book. So we have here Nansubuga Masi, Sharon, and Waniga Willie. We have Wilberforce Sokongo presenting. We have Senyonjo Birunji Tadeo. We have Chasanku Shaban. We have Birunji James. We have Loy Nansanga and Yeko Kisira. We have Mary Kagwa, Grace Kizito, Biakaita, Catherine Kabugo. And then we have Joan Koech and Makwali Ngeiwa and Ndugu. So, all those belong to this particular room. The other rooms are near the dining where we had our breakfast from. And the labels of the rooms may have changed. And now, let somebody come and clarify the new names. Eh? The rooms got saved, so they got new names.
Thank you, Prof. Dear participants, we have made some small changes in some of the rooms. Like Professor said, those that are supposed to be in 105 remain here, like he has indicated. Now, those who are supposed to be in 104, as per the program, we go to room 1. Room 1. 104 is where we had our break from, so now it has become a dining hall. So room 1 is just opposite the dining hall. That's why we have transferred the breakaways for room 104. That is 5, 6, 7, 8. Please go to room 1 if you are here. Then breakaway for 106, CTF 106 also has changed to room 3. Room 3 also opposite, on the left, in the corridor, on the left. Just here, in the corridor, then the left. So those breakaways for room 106, CTF 106, please go to room 3. Room 3 instead of CTF 106. So the themes 9, 10, 11, 12, please kindly go to room 3. Thank you.
Okay. So the presenters will be giving your presentation. You have coordinators in those rooms, and ICT experts will help you to load them up so that you're able to present. In this particular room, we have the ICT person. Is that one here? Is it? Or is there? So if you are here, please kindly approach him. He's behind there so that he can load your presentation and we start presentations.
Professor, before you leave, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, before you leave, we have some small function for you to do for us. Professor Senyonga, please come around, come over. We have a small gift to the keynote address. Keynote speaker, Robin, please bring the gift to the keynote speaker, the VC, to hand over to our keynote speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So members, we can now do our breakaways and we proceed. Members, each participant is allocated 12 minutes. Let's stick to time. We are time bad, so 12 minutes per presenter. Thank you so much.
I see Okongo's presentation ready here, Dr. Wilberforce Okongo. If you're around, come and start us off. The presentation.
Okay. All protocols observed. Good afternoon to you. I am here to share with you the preliminary findings on a research titled Bridging the Digital Gender Divide. From the book, I think you will see that the word gender is there. And so we are evaluating the impact of affordable internet on girls' academic achievement, particularly in rural Mukono. Johnson, these arrows, I can't use them. What's happening? Okay, they have begun flowing. I am the presenter, Wilberforce Okongo, and I want to draw your attention to particularly the introduction part. Oh, hang on. Chairperson, this is the wrong slide. I beg to share. with the technical team the correct slide. Please take over.
Okay, so members kindly make sure you are sending the right one, okay? So presenters, please share your slides. Is Senyonjo Birunji around here? Senyonjo Birunji around here? What about Chansaku Shaban? We have Birunji James here. Do we have Loi Nansanga and Yeko Kisira here? Do we have Mary Kagwa here? Do we have Joanne Koechia? Joanne Koechia? Maybe are they online? Joanne should be online. So there's somebody who is ready online. Johnson, there's somebody who is saying he's ready online there. Johnson?
Good afternoon, members of the conference.
Good afternoon to you.
50 to 50%. 50% blended, 50% traditional. So this paper is generally aimed to examine student preferences between blended and traditional learning approaches in order to inform institutional ICT readiness and pedagogical strategies. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Of course we hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
We
Hello?
yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to just continue through up to after my 12 minutes. Thank you so much for that. So for the problem statement, there is limited or empirical studies or evidence on how this model of blended learning compares to the traditional face-to-face learning, enhancing student performance and satisfaction, especially in a region of Uganda. So many institutions have integrated digital technologies. For example, at Trent University, we've integrated digital technologies, whereby we have both our students attending 50% online and 50% in class. So because of this, there is unclear certainty on whether blended learning truly provides a more effective and engaging learning experience than traditional methods here in Uganda. So this lack of understanding poses a significant challenge to educators and policymakers, thus thriving to develop and implement teaching strategies that enhance academic performance and promote learner satisfaction. So the major objectives of this study was, first of all, to assess students' preferences between blended learning and traditional learning approaches. Secondly, to evaluate the impact of blended learning and traditional learning approaches among students in higher education institutions. And lastly, to examine the relationship between blended learning and traditional learning among students in higher education institutions. The research was basically a mixed method approach whereby there was a sample size of 151 students among 151 students, higher education students here at Victoria University. And for data collection, there was a questionnaire, an online Google Sheet that we distributed. And there was also an interview guide for the key informal interviews. We talked to lecturers, how they find this blended learning and the traditional, how do they see it among their students, what is the way forward and all that. And then for data analysis, we use descriptive statistics, chi-square and SPSS for data analysis. So the findings of the study revealed that majority of the students preferred blended learning to traditional learning because of its flexibility and easy access. A student can study from anywhere around the world. A student can access the computer, can access their classes, their courseworks, and their exam at the end of the day. So blended learning showed a higher level of student, for example, preference. Liking, students liked it so much because of its accessibility. They can access it wherever they are. Then secondly, some students also preferred or appreciated the traditional way of learning, and that was a level of 39.9%. Students liked face-to-face interaction because the instructors and the peers are there in person. Students prefer it because they can easily ask questions in real time, although even in blended they can't, but they say to them they preferred the traditional way of learning because they wanted quick feedback, immediate feedback than the blended learning, which sometimes take a way whereby you leave a message for maybe you. And also the classroom routines brought about some sort of likeness within that. So in conclusion, we can see that blended learning is the most preferred mode of learning among higher education students. For example, students can be here studying, but at the same time they are somewhere doing their work, like it's their time now. They are in town looking for money here and there, and then they are making experiences at the end of the day. Experience which when you look at the Ugandan community or even the community worldwide, they are looking for students who have experience. So we believe students, when they finish their studies, they have that experience. So it's a flexible kind of learning for them. Also, strategic ICT investments and pedagogical innovations were key in bridging the readiness gap. And also institutions must enhance the ICT readiness. For example, improve their internet connections across campus so that this blended learning can be more and more improved. And finally, the study recommends that there should be regular digital literacy training among students and both lecturers, because most of our instructors are mostly used to the traditional way of learning. Therefore, there is need for literacy training. Also, secondly, there is need for higher education institutions and stakeholders to invest more in ICT infrastructure. This includes infrastructure itself, but the provision of more computers for students to make use of the blended learning system. Then finally, to establish learning policies and strengthen quality assurance. For example, blended learning, I've said 50 and 50%, but quality assurance department has to come in to ensure that these students are attending these classes. National Council for Education, it checks on the way the students learn. So there is that need for quality assurance to make sure that the students are getting 100% out of this blended learning and traditional learning, 50-50%. And then lastly, there is need to integrate blended learning approach into the curriculum design. So as we are designing the curriculum as higher education institution, the curriculums that we submit to National Council for Higher Education, there is a need to integrate blended learning because it is what students now like in this 21st century. So there is a need to integrate it into the curriculum so that the students benefit the best out of their learning experience in higher education. So thank you so much for that. I submit.
Hello, Loy. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Do you have a box in which you can receive the clapping?
Box?
We are clapping our hands. Want you to receive it.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Loy. We are going to go to the next presentation, but stay online so that when we finish with the next ones, we are going to have some bit of questions and answer sessions for you as well, okay?
Okay, please.
Okay, stay online, okay?
Okay, please.
So, Linus, are you around, Linus?
Yes, I'm around, and I've also shared. I can see the presentation is being shared. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Linus Kirimi from Mount Kenya University, and I'm presenting. My presentation title is Bridging the Digital Divide in Kenyan Public Universities, an appraisal of ICT and artificial intelligence readiness for fostering inclusive pedagogy and sustainable development in education. Background of the study. Okay. The issue of the preparedness for artificial intelligence and as well as ICT integration, it is a global issue, not just an African perspective alone. And it emanates from, I think it is a growing concern that each university is at least advocating to have. And when you heard the presenter which just came before me, talked about, for example, the blended learning and many others. You cannot achieve all this without what? Without the knowledge on ICT and even sometimes the competency in ICT and artificial intelligence. So in the global, for example, United Kingdom, they have tried to achieve this through developed infrastructure, faculty training, and many other things. When it comes to Africa, countries like Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania have also they have illustrated varied progress on the same. For example, like Rwanda emerging as digital leader through strong national investment, while others still struggle, like Kenya, they still struggle on infrastructure. There is no clear government funding strategy. The teacher training is not, the investment of teacher training is not consistent. And many other problems. So Kenya through advancing initiative like the Digital Literacy Program, which was introduced in the year 2013, and partnerships such as China Africa Digital Learning Center continues to face inequities in connectivity, inclusion, ICT capacity in most of the public universities. Statement of the problem. Universities today are expected to function as inclusive digital ecosystem that leverage ICT and AI to enhance teaching, learning, and administration, ensuring equitable access to robust infrastructure, adaptive AI platforms, and digitally competent educators. But you find that such integration promotes personalized learning, inclusivity, alignment, in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals by positioning education as a driver of equitable knowledge economies. However, in Kenyan public universities, this vision remains largely unrealized, despite initiatives like Digital Literacy Program, as rural and marginalized areas still face infrastructural deficiencies. Such include unreliable electricity, which keep on going on and off, limited faculty digital competence, as was researched by Owino and Otieno 2021 and Owidi et al. 2023. So, to address these disparities, the present study investigates ICT and AI readiness in Kenyan public universities. And this research was guided by the three research objectives, as you can see on the presentation. So, what is the current state? The study was trying to investigate the current state of ICT infrastructure, the extent of faculty members and administrators' preparedness, and it was also trying to look at the relationship between preparedness of the faculty and the integration of digital literacy and artificial intelligence. On methodology, the study adopted descriptive and correlational research design, and yes, to collect data on faculty and administrators' preparedness. The target population comprised of the faculty and administrators from the 31 public universities. It used several and diverse sampling technique, which produced around 480 respondents. The data was gathered using questionnaires, structured questionnaires and interviews, which specifically focus on digital literacy competencies, AI awareness, institutional support, and professional development. Of course, the instruments were subjected to both content and face validity. It was also pilot tested. Yes. And the quantitative data were analyzed using both descriptive statistics and inferential statistics, while qualitative data especially from interviews were thematically analyzed.
You now have 5 minutes.
Yes. The study found that 68% of the faculty in Kenyan universities possess strong basic digital literacy, though 32% demonstrated advanced competencies. And in most cases, those faculty who presented demonstrated, advanced competencies, you find that they were from the IT field. So these are the people who had much training when I talk about advanced, it means that their training was much more than what their universities are providing them in terms of professional development. Institutional support for digital and AI integration was rated moderately low, with only 38 of respondents acknowledging adequate infrastructure and policy backing. So as much as many universities are trying to achieve this, but there is a slow response towards this in terms of support. So they are not investing much on this. So there's little finance which are put forward for ensuring adequate and well-equipped infrastructure. In conclusion, the study concluded that the ICT infrastructure in public universities is moderately developed but unevenly distributed, with basic connectivity and digital tools available through limited by unreliable bandwidth, outdated hardwares, and insufficient maintenance. Faculty and administrators demonstrated moderate preparedness in digital literacy, but low readiness for AI integration, largely due to inadequate training and weak institutional framework. The study recommended that the Ministry of Education and University Council should allocate and sustain funding to upgrade internet bandwidth, digital devices, and software licenses alongside establishing regular maintenance schedules to ensure infrastructural reliability. And also universities should institutionalize AI awareness and training through structured programs that emphasize ethical use. In the end, I take this time to acknowledge my universities for offering me this chance and sharing with us this to express my research ability. And I also want to thank the organizers of the 10th Inter-University Consortium Africa Conference for this opportunity. And most importantly, to my listeners. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for letting us know that you're badly off in ICT in Kenya. We wanted to come there, but now it is good you have warned us in advance. So we are not coming there. Thank you very much. Let us hear from Charity. Is Charity around? Charity? Charity? Charity, are you there online? Charity? What is the other name for Charity? Johnson, what's the other?
Yes, I'm around.
Oh, you are around, Charity.
Yes, I am.
You are from Kenya?
No, from Zimbabwe.
You are from Zimbabwe?
Yes.
How is Zimbabwe? Is it raining there?
No, not here. Waiting for the rains.
Okay.
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, we always disable people, but maybe we can make an exception for you.
Thank you.
So is it able now?
Yes, I am sharing. My name is Chadzimura Cherry, Getting Learner Attraction, Strategies to Supporting Girl Child Education in Zimbabwe. So for the outline, for the presentation, we are going to follow this outline: introduction, problem statement, objectives, methodology, results, conclusion, recommendations, and acknowledgements. I'll start with the introductions. According to the SDG 4.1, supports free, equitable, and quality primary education for both boys and girls by 2010. And also the SDG 5.1, it targets to end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls. However, regulated mining operations undermining children's rights to education by exposing them to dangerous working conditions also triggered us in taking out this research. And for the purpose of this research, we are targeting, we are using Matabeleland South Province, concentrating on the Gwanda district, which is the mining area. So in these mining communities, there's And there's early engagement in sexual behaviors, transactional sex, dropping out of school, among others. For the problem statement, despite ongoing efforts, like previous said, emphasizing on the SDGs to improve educational access in Zimbabwe, girl children in predominantly informal mining areas, they continue to face significant barriers to education. There's little focus on the direct factors on girl learners' retention. Therefore, this called on this research that you are carrying on for the objectives to identify the key factors that contribute to girl-child attraction in many communities. And our case, remember, is Rwanda district, which is in Matabeleland South province, which is in Zimbabwe, to explore strategies and interventions to supporting girl-child education. And the third one, to design a stakeholder collaboration framework to supporting girl-child education in mining areas. For the methodologies, this research is purely qualitative. Data collected through semi-structured interviews and focus group discussions, where the 10 ordinary level educators are comprising of 8 female and 2 male, also had 5 community leaders and 5 parents as part of our sample. In their current state, they have an of criminal activities and do not favor girl-child education. As well, in formal many areas in Zimbabwe, unfavorable culture for girl education. As well, male adults and parents are the main catalysts who need a reorientation. For the recommendation, orthodox and unconventional means of protecting the girl child are needed to keep the girl child, the girl learner at school in those main areas. We still need that SDGs to be achieved. There's need to formalize. There's need to formalize most of the artisanal mining areas so that they can be a good accountability in all educational processes. Schools which are closer to main areas should establish collaborations with the community, especially the leaders. Remember the goal for stakeholders in fighting instances which hinder our girls' progress in that goals. Strategies which do not leave the girl learner vulnerable and the growing sector so are needed. We need to come up with concrete resolutions so that we don't have those dropouts. As a matter of acknowledgement, we acknowledge those 3 in our research. And I raised my case. Thank you.
Yeah, you really had a case to raise. Thank you very much. You come from which university?
University of Zimbabwe, Harare.
University of Zimbabwe in Harare.
Yes.
I was going to find out which program your university has for the minors. But it's okay, don't answer now. We are going to answer later.
It's okay. Thank you so much.
So that we can get questions for you, okay? Let us have another.
We'll do, thanks.
Let us have another presentation. The others, please come on board and shall be seeing. We are getting hungry right now, so we're about to go to have lunch. Shall continue also after lunch. But for now, okay, so let us, then from there, we can go to Helen. Can then go to Helen. Helen, the other name I don't want to say because it doesn't sound well here. Yeah, Helen somebody. So you have 12 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon once again. The presenter is Wilberforce or Congo, as you can see from the slide. And we are looking at bridging the digital the girls from accessing opportunities, resources. So gender divide has a gendered face. And so when we saw the report from UNICEF, we are told that 90% of girls in low-income countries are offline. They are not online. Then when also we looked at the report from FAWE, Uganda, only 8% compared to 11% of the men use the internet. You can see from that picture that they're all glued to one phone, all those village of girls that you can see there. Now, why? Because of several barriers, including, but not limited, affordability, digital skills, and sociocultural norms. So our thinking is that bridging the digital gender divide requires more than connectivity. And so we need also gender-sensitive access, and we need more gender-sensitive skills. I want to take you to why we think that affordable internet matters. It matters because it provides digital learning materials to the female. Two, it also enables the teacher support and blended learning. Three, it encourages peer learning and mentorship. Four, it provides flexibility and equity in education. And above all, it empowers the girls to aspire just beyond the traditional roles. What is the evidence? And what is the policy context? We found out that through UNICEF, the Airtel project connected around 130 schools. That's above 45,000 learners. The ICT ministry also distributed 19,000 tablets to rural village schools because they found that affordable connectivity improves engagement and attendance. And so to us, we see that this resonates well with the digital inclusion goals. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the context of this? We used a mixed method, and this study is still ongoing. But so far, we have given questionnaires to 196 female students. We have done interviews with 12 caregivers and 18 teachers. Our aim is to move beyond simple metrics, but to understand the gendered experience in bridging the digital gender divide. So what is the context of this study? We have seen that there are poor infrastructure in rural Mkono. There are high data costs. There are also teacher readiness gaps. And the girls are preoccupied with domestic chores. And so we think that we need sustainable models. We need device upkeep if whatever digital devices that they are using. We need training. We need local repair. Should they be using smartphones and they have some damages, we need also local repairs. And so, to us, we found that it is a must that we must address the gender norms such that there is digital safety. What do the preliminary findings say? We found out that many of the schools that have connectivity have shown improved performance, improved grades in girls. We have also seen that there is confidence among the frequent digital female users, particularly in STEM subjects. And we have also found that still there are barriers to do with network outages and limited device upkeep. So we think that for any intervention that we shall come up with, such that there is success, we must address three things. Affordability, whether the girls can pay for the data costs. We must be looking at relevance, whether the content that the girls are looking at appropriate, and we must be looking at receptivity, whether it is socially acceptable. And so, already from these preliminary findings, we see that interventions often fail due to acceptability by social settings. Furthermore, we also found that there are persistent gender-based barriers because of the digital device accessibility. For instance, we have reports, regional reports showing that 37% of the girls have regular access to the smartphone. And we have also seen that there are those social cultural norms. For instance, one female student reported verbatim that my parents worried that if I have a phone, I might be distracted. And was complaining that his brother does not have the same restriction. So you can already see the socio-cultural barrier presenting itself. In terms of usage, when girls are exposed to this, the digital devices, theirs is for academic purposes only. And yet when it comes to boys are given broader use. They can download music, they can go for gaming, they can network with friends. What's the implication? The implication is that access is not just physical. We have also found that internet access is mediated by household dynamics and the cultural norms. So, what are the implications on policy and practice? On policy, we think that there must be internet access with the digital pedagogy training that must be paired up. Two, just like you can see in the picture, there is a need to support the girls with study time and mentorship. And we must also engage communities to challenge the gender stereotype, as well as integrate the monitoring systems with the gender disaggregated data. But also, we need to scale through the cost-efficient, sustainable models. Ladies and gentlemen, following the preliminary findings, we made the following conclusions. That one, there is the need for affordable internet such that we can achieve girls' academic empowerment. But at this, we must combine with access, we must combine with pedagogy, we must combine with the skills, and then there should be equality in these things. Two, the girls in Mukono deserve to be online. They should not just remain offline. And so they also deserve to be engaged academically, such that they can achieve also academically. We are also concluding affordable internet is necessary but
it is not sufficient.
And
And so to bridge
the
the digital divide for girls is paramount.
So
for us, we are thinking that bridging the digital divide
is
is both
a research
and a moral imperative.
We
We add that
the
the socio-economic, the socio-cultural context is a critical determinant of girls' success in this.
and therefore the way forward,
requires us to integrate strategies that combine the infrastructure, as we saw from our obstacles. It requires community engagement. It requires gender-sensitive designs, and that will help us create a truly inclusive digital gender education.
What's
our call for action? We are saying that to the policy
we need to subsidize connectivity. And
we even need to enhance policies that have a gender lens to do with connectivity.
To you,
the educators, just like the previous presenter said,
we need to embrace blended learning. To you,
the researchers, we need to always evaluate gendered impacts, particularly to do with digital issues.
And to
the communities, we need to encourage them to support girls' time such that they can learn.
To the
donors, we think that we need to invest in sustainable digital inclusion models. The story goes and goes and goes, and I want to conclude by saying that thank you very much for listening. And if you have any information, direct it
to Sokongo, and that is my email. Thank you.
I thought you were concluding, but instead you're advertising yourself. Now, you people of gender and ICT, you are saying you want equality. Sometime back you were saying you wanted equity. So now I don't know why you are confusing us. And all the people who have been presenting online except one were ladies, which is a strong sign of gender being ahead in terms of ICT. The man who was there the men incidentally this time were struggling with ICT. So we're going to have the last presenter, which is Helen Malaya. Like I said, Malaya from Tezpar University. I don't know where this is.
Thank you, sir.
Where?
Thank you. Am I audible?
Very audible. Can you?
Thank you, sir. At least at last you found courage to pronounce my surname.
And they said
May I have?
They said gender and so on, so I have to be on that case now. So can you can you show your slides?
I request that they be shared from there so that I don't delay.
Okay. Johnson, can you share it, please? Do you see it now?
No, not yet.
Johnson, again, please reshare. So this will be our last presentation for now. Then we shall have a few questions, if we have some questions. Then we shall break for lunch and then come back.
Thank you. I can now see the screen.
Okay, you have 12 minutes. So start there.
Thank you. All protocols observed, and I'm so grateful to be given this opportunity to do this presentation. in this conference. So as I've been introduced, my name is Helen Malaya, a Zambian citizen, and Malaya in my country means clothes. So I'm a research scholar at the Department of Education, Tespa University in India. And the title of my presentation is Empowering Lecturers Through Professional Development, Human Resource Management Strategies for Academic Excellency. Next slide, please. So to begin with, the new era of higher education in the 21st century is characterized by high velocity of globalization, technology development, and changing common expectations. Colleges, universities are supposed not only to train academic learners, but also to make contributions in terms of research, innovations, and engagements in community. In this fast environment, the productive validity of academic staff has taken center stage as the key determinant of institutional success, especially lecturers. Academic productivity is often quantified by the capacity of a lecturer to impart good teaching, produce meaningful research, and service to the community. Next slide, please. Performance appraisal has been constant in human resource management, HRM, in higher education, whereas the era of professional development, PD, is poorly funded. This article argues that professional development under well-designed human resource management systems is part of the strategy and key contributor to sustained academic excellency and competitiveness. So this paper is based on the reviews of scholarly literature, policy, and best practices on how targeted professional development initiatives can help in making lecturers more productive in the teaching, research, and service. So the objectives here are to examine obstacles that inhibit successful professional development of lecturers, to name some human resource management practices that can enhance professional development into institutional practice, to provide current institution examples of best practice in the implementation of professional development. So the methodology is simply a qualitative literature review, which was earlier mentioned, so we can go to the next slide. So for the results of these reviews, we look at the problems of the professional development of lecturers, and we have 4 of them at the moment. So we have financial constraints, where there are few sufficient funds to support professional development programs, which is one of the most typical barriers in most universities. We also have workload pressures in a manifested epoch of higher education. There is usually a high workload associated with teaching. We also have cultural and attitudinal barriers where a professional development is underemphasized in some academic cultures, so that some lecturers regard it as an administrative expectancy rather than a professional essential. Then we also have policy and institutional vacuums. In other settings, a coherent policy framework that would require or systematically facilitate lecturer professional development is lacking. Next slide. So for the strategies suggested for the human resource management to improve professional development, one of them is to have professional development institutional goal strategic alignment, where good professional development programs are the ones that are aligned to the mission, vision, and strategic goals of the university. We also have specified funding methods, which is another strategy suggested, where human resource management must lead to the inclusion of professional development, one dedicated budget line in the institutional finances to overcome financial obstacles. We also have blended and modular learning approaches. The technology in the human resource management can be used to allow flexible professional development programs with blended learning, modular and micro credential programs. Next slide, please. So we also have mentorship and peer support system, where mentorship programs that involve early career lecturers and more experienced faculty are organized, involving the transfer of skills, career orientations, learning to survive in the institutional culture. Next slide, please. So this paper also comes up with case examples of best practices of this professional development in relation to RIDM. So we have the University of Cape Town in South Africa, which practices integration development framework. We also have the National University of Singapore, which practices micro-credential and modular learning. We have the University of Dar es Salaam, which does mentoring and twinning. And we also have the University of Melbourne in Australia in research and teaching balance, workload control. We also have the University of Zambia with partnership in a capacity building, to mention but a few. In conclusion, I can say this paper has established that the effective management of human resource in an institution through the implementation of strategies on recruitment, professional growth, workload support, performance evaluation, and technology assistance can determine whether lecturers associate with themselves with the institution in order to realize their full potentials. The examination highlights the fact that academic productivity is not something determined by individual performance alone, but a greatly influenced factor by institutional plans, resource provision, and workplace values. Due to time, let me just say thank you.
Okay.
I submit.
Due to time, thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we could entertain a few questions for persons just been presenting. In case you had some burning question, please time to raise it now, so that members are able to respond. All those who presented, please try to take note and have the question. I'm going to hire some assistants now. Take the microphones around. Where the coordinators, please, that we can get the questions. There's one person behind there. Please listen to the questions so that you're able to answer them, those who presented.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Derek. I resonate with statistics and economics. My question goes to Wilberforce Okongo. I thank him for his presentation, but I would love to learn from him his constants, because he talks about girl education in schools and accessibility to internet, there are constants that we have to consider in research. For example, do students have access to phones? Are they allowed? If that is a constant, we need to understand that. Then two, if they are in their villages, did you take note of, are you classifying them as day scholars or boarding school students? If they are in boarding, do they allow them to use phones? Now, that takes us to fungibility of a study. In Africa, we still have that when it comes to fungibility aspect. More so PhD scholars abuse analysis when it comes to context. Then, another aspect, the other question goes to the colleague from page 56. The one presented about a correlation which was lying below. When you do your analysis and then you find the associative relationship is low, it doesn't end at that for you to draw conclusions. In the interest of time, I would have read I may not open all the pages, but I was following the presentation. That person is on page 56. So his association is a bit low. For us who do analysis and statistics and we make inferences, we are always concerned when we see correlation coefficients that are low. You may find that what associates that may not be causal enough for you to draw conclusions. I submit it.
It is Wilberforce who was on page 56. Who is the other second person that you could have? Or 97.
Chair, can I ask my question?
That was Linus, eh? Okay, so Linus, you have taken note. Wilberforce, you have taken note. You are going to respond. Yes, please. Next question, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question goes to Nansanga. Nansanga, you gave us findings, but your findings didn't seem to sit on your three objectives. They seemed to just be lumped together. I would love a situation where you give us specific findings on each of the objectives, other than lumping them. And your recommendations didn't seem to be coming from your data. There is need for your recommendations to align to your data. So probably you'll give us more of the information from your data that speaks to your recommendations. Mr. Kongo, I think you're assuming that all of us know where Mukono is. I am now imagining I'm not from Uganda. I don't know where Mukono is. I don't know whether it is a district. I don't know whether it is. We just kept seeing Mukono.
It's a slum.
Where is Mukono?
It's one of the slums.
And then number two, one of your findings is that parents are very restrictive on girls compared to the boys. And I want to say that they may have a case there. I am going to give you a scenario of all the house girls that I've ever had in my house. The moment they get a phone like this, the boyfriends come on board. So the parents may be coming from that angle. What do you have to say about that? And if I was allowed to give a suggestion, I would be saying that as the phone is given to the girl, they must also be educated on how to use the phone in a profitable manner. Helen Malaya. I wonder what the new findings of your study are, because when I look at the recommendations you're making, most of them are already under the practice by the universities. So I would like you to specify what is it that is coming on board that is new as far as the findings of this study are concerned. Your location of the study, you hurried through it, but I'm wondering where was this study done? If it is a literature review, you did literature for which era, which period of time? Is it since the inception of what you're investigating, or is it within a given period of time? I submit, Chair.
Okay, thank you. One more person behind there, then we shall hear the responses from them. Kindly say the name of the person you want to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Professor Peter Wanderi from Mount Kenya University. And my comment is a comment, it's not a question, it's to everybody. And if possible, you allow me also to extend the comment to the keynote speaker who did the presentation this morning. We are in an era that is driven by Sustainable Development Goals needs, where issues such as climate change, issues of poverty eradication in the world, issues of peace and everything, and partnerships as well, are taking center stage. And therefore, as universities, we are challenged to align our training and our teaching, our research, and everything we do, including community engagement on sustainable development goals. Chair, the keynote presenter, his very first presentation was on SDGs. He was talking of SDG number 4 in education, and that was very commendable. But I also felt that there was a gap in his presentation, because when we talk of the presentation that he made, he would have talked of also SDG number 12 of 16 on peace and just societies. At the same time, to everybody, I liked the lady from Malawi. I did not pick her name, and she also mentioned of the SDGs. But Chair, my request is that at around this time, may we all try to align our presentations to SDGs. And I'm seeing that wheel that is on our poster showing that we are aligned to SDGs. So maybe every presentation, it would be good if we could try to see which SDGs that we are aligned to. As I finish, Chair, I'm not trying to invite to do campaign to members to join my presentation tomorrow, but it will be good if they could also come and we share on SDGs as a case of Mount Kenya University. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have just campaigned anyway. So thank you very much for the campaigns. So the people who are presenting, anybody wants to go first? Yeah, let us first respond to these questions.
Yes, this is line up. Can I come first?
But you have already come.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think if I'm not wrong, the question which was directed to me was on whether we can draw conclusion from relationship. And my fellow, how can I refer to him? I can say from the prof who has asked this one, he has mentioned that it is not possible to draw conclusion from relationship. And even with his experience from statistics. So I think for me, it is in the relationship, especially when it is statistically proven that we can draw the relationship. Especially in my context, the research show a lower coefficient, which shows that there is indeed a significant relationship, and it is evidence-based. This is when you do the relationship, this is an inferential research question that is trying to look the information into detail, in depth, something that you cannot just respond to through narrative, through description. It is statistically proven. And now, conclusion based on that and based on the figure that we get through the analysis, I can affirm that we can draw evidence-based conclusion based on the figure that we have. But I still stand to be guided so that if I misunderstood this during my statistics class or research class, I'm ready to unlearn. That's why such conferences helps a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Linus.
And I'm happy to see my professors there, especially the speaker who has just spoken now.
I'm the one
my professor in my university. Thank you.
I'm the one who has been speaking now, and I'm not your professor from your university.
One from Mount Kenya University.
Okay, come for his presentation tomorrow. You said you should come for his presentation tomorrow, so be around for his presentation tomorrow.
I can't afford to miss. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please. Can we hear from Helen Malaya? Yeah, there was some question for you. Helen, are you there? If Helen is not there, Loy, can we hear from Loy?
Yes, thank you so much for the comments, ma'am. I'm truly humbled. I'll begin with the recommendations. During the time, I explained that we highly recommend that there should be policies policies formed, curriculum. The curriculum should be designed in favor of blended learning because that is what students mostly prefer. And I also talked about institutional strategies to put in place infrastructure for ICT, internet connectivity. So it is not mostly that the recommendations are from my data. Secondly, you talked about my findings. I don't remember very well, but the findings are very clear. It was mostly, the findings revealed that students' preference was mostly that they preferred blended learning to traditional learning. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. So that was your finding. We never had a recommendation in that line. That's why maybe somebody was not happy. Okay. So thank you very much. Helen, is Helen around? Helen, are you around? Helen, I think Helen has run away. Helen, don't keep running away, okay? So let us have Wilbur. Wilbur, please answer your part. Wilbur. You can come here. So just answer the question, don't make a presentation. No?
Yes, I will answer the question. Thank you very much for the questions. To me, I am very delighted because when a listener has been asks a question, it means he or she has been listening attentively and even very selective in the listening. So I really thank you for those wonderful questions. Our preliminary findings already show that affordable internet is not just a charity in rural Mukono, but it is an achievable high return investment because we have already seen that it provides greater learning continuity among the girls, and it has improved on their digital literacy. And so we think that by the time we summarize, we conclude this study, we are most likely going to have even more achievable high return as far as this study is concerned. My brother talked of the statistics. I have greatly taken note of that, and I will look into it into more detail and consult you since we are still here for the next 2 days. My sister, Queen Elizabeth, was saying that we are mentioning rural Mukono as if all of you are in the know. Mukono is one of the districts surrounding Kampala, but this study concentrates on the rural areas of Mukono as a district. And so it concentrates there because we have found that at present there is a stubborn gender digital gap within Mukono rural area. And I think that's what I can say at the moment. And lastly, to the professor from Mountain Kenya, I take your advice keenly, but I also want to add that this is why, for instance, when I was presenting this, I said that the ICT ministry in Uganda has distributed around 19,000 tablets to the rural villages of Uganda. And this resonates. It aligns with our national policy. And particularly, I mean the National Development Policy Program number 4, which is embedded, which is nested within the Sustainable Development Goal. And so I agree with you that we must align our studies with the SDGs. Thank you.
You're supposed to say SDG 16. So go and do revision. Members, I see you worried. What is the problem? You are hungry. Okay, since you are hungry by consensus, let us stop here. Members, thank you very much for today's presentations. Members online, please, can you go home and also eat? We are also going to eat right now. Then we shall come back after maybe some 45 minutes. Shall come back here. For those who are going to be in the breakout room here, they will be here. Others will be in the other places. And we shall continue the conversations and the debates and supporting each other. For now, can we clap for all of us? Okay, that was for me. Now clap for yourself.
Yeah, before you, this is Linus, just a quick question. A quick question.
But we were not presenting. Why do you ask us when we were not presenting?
It is just a question of, may I know?
Okay.
Yeah. So the question now that we have presented, will the conference publish for us our full papers? And if yes, when is the deadline for submission after the corrections?
I think that is to be handled after the conference, because after this input you have got to edit your work and then send in for processing for the purposes of publication, okay? So it depends on how many people are going to respond to the needs of the publishers, and that will happen. If we get a quorum of maybe 20 or so papers, that one will be the first version coming out. That one will go off, then the next one will keep on coming. So basically, first come, first serve, and we shall have different versions or editions according to how you send. So just prepare them and follow instructions.
Okay, thank you. How about certification for the presentation for the online presenters? How will we access the certificate? I understand those who are there physically may be handed on the last day physically. Now for us who are online.
But how did you present your presentation?
Online.
So we shall also give you online.
Okay.
It will be a tit for tat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other burning question from somebody online? Okay, go and have your lunch now. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. So I guess we shall move back to where we had the break from. I will need guidance from my teammates, my rapporteur, and the others to check whether the lunch, whether this should go there now or they should first hold it. So members, you can first hold on as wait we get more information about the readiness of the lunch.
Take my time, let this love on. I feel the spark, I see it in you. But something is good still come over. When you're bed, feel on my bone bed. Daddy has one. Got my watch and to rest on the bed.
So members, the lunch is ready, so can go back to the place where we had breakfast food.
See what I do.
Oyo kukunonya werage obutebuzi Raji toko wakuzanya werage Zine toko wakuzanya wema Buddhist Chuno werage Chuno what Chuno and Chuno what Chuno werage Chuno what yeah Chuno and Chuno na kwenda tuchali amapera nenja kwetegekede na puli aya nasindi komubaka na Orezo nyingi na kukwarako nasoma mapira gonkuba mugongo yakwera birabe byaluli nakunyogera nonyogera ebisigadde byalimu oluyi engolo Mama. Na kwesunga danga tuchari amapera nenge kaneze kwete kekekana kunyana sakata. Please be my whatever it was it dagal and don't know si simbuba wa ya o mutwene bumba seba genda omulaba omungambire mwagala nyaba genda omulaba omungambire mwetaaga babi oh it was Mulet, mulet, mulet. Ya chestava yo yandaga ikulu no mutima gwe yanzija mu masamba yo yandaga ekitangala bwe yatwala sa ekirabo kuyamba kitabo kitukuvu kisinga seba omungambire mwagala ambi yabagenda bw'omulaba omungambire mwetaaga abo mumatama yes, because all walekakatambalako wewange numba nti okomawo alinda kya wasiibule wagenda n'omutima gwange namba Amaso gochulono mana kantuliza kansikiliza ze kansikiliza engeri gyagakola agaweregeza kaseko otuya na I said, go to Rome. Fans away, where's the money? That knows we want to I'm only just getting started. We have more than it. I just move on. We be careful. Edges, joy, what you see? What is that waiting? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, oh, the way. Yeah, the way of it out. Obulungi bw'ekyalo babusonsekamu ekirungi tona malo ndabana bakole abakuloobalooba sigwe soobasooba mpolampola obaleke kyekyerikali ekuba akabobo akalamu nambyosa onjamu n'akatamba n'ojja kufa bwenakufuna ntumbula swanze kati weko kyebasigalezako kisanga nkuni mbubukira waggulu nga jansi Besikulabeko omutima gukubakuba omusaayi gudduka entuuyo zikulukutta matalage muddijaka ebirowoozo biyiringita ondowoozesa bingi webuuza nubuka nubukana nubukana baby nubukana nzi nubukana una oratika umutima gwekagamu omusuwa gukutuka ekitenge masaga tegala ombibite tegala tutambule wamu tegala tutambule wamu kuyi nubukana nubukana baby nubukana nzi nubukana spending an hour every day sagala kifaananyi kyo to fade away tegala nubukana baby nubukana nubukana I've been longing for this kind of love. You must be a daughter of baby. Oh, I lay with you, conquer my tears. Mind in my heart, where you come from insecurity, come secure. No, but once I get natutambulira ebiwojjolo bibuuka ng'enjiba zikuberera ng'ompeka gakasana katwakira Rita, Jagueno, oh, Rita, yeah, yeah, Rita, Jagueno. Committed on you when Purida Golud Chicomera Chiovera Ultima Neguesiva was yeah. Just like a bird, I will build a nest for you and put it where nobody can reach. I will go around looking for that comfortable grass and a nice view so far away from them. Yeah. Jakulwana ne chapa chomwengola jachifuna kutekeo. Jakulwana ne chapa chomwengola jachifuna. Ah, oh. Ibe kubanga ekeyo onyakulwana nekyamba ky'omuwengola yakifuna kubanga ibe ibe baby I want you I've been telling you baby like you're better than the rest, baby. Oh, I want you. You're nice. You're Elaine. 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 Yeah. No, forget it. I want you to know. Oh, yeah. Sage. Congratulations. I have a message for you. God sent me to. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you in June, in 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song. This a lesson that will congratulations.
Twalabanga mabati tinafe tulave uzikaloli netukole embaga ngayataka babuka kubitenge bulijo tinafe tukwate kokunsenene netutuka ngakote mumaso kujangu tukukona mayumba kona Kateria. La la, Terio, la la, Terio, la la. Yo, Jones, yo, trying to back up and we got what you want to know it. Did you get what you the La la. La la. Oh. La la. Teddy-o. La la. Teddy-o. La la. La. Teddy-o. La la. Teddy-o. La la. Follow. I follow you like paparazzi. I love you like a mom. I dance for you like a Beyonce. Crazy in love, oh, na, na. You be my king and Sabasacha.
Yes, good. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you. We have read some breakaway, which is supposed to run from 2:30 to 4:30. We just have a few minutes. So we are going to make use of this time to see how fast we can move. Just to be sure, for purposes of having our PPTs ready, is Mr. Evaristo Tukamuhebwa around? Just a quick roll call. Is Mr. Felix Kiprotich around? Is Mr. Anderu Monica, Mrs. Manderu Monica around? You're welcome. Kindly submit your PPTs to, they're already there. Thank you. Is Linus Karimi Ngeine around? Linus presented. Okay. Is Mr. Audit Emmanuel around? Audit Emmanuel? Is Mr. Sifue Ngirana around? Mr. Sifue Ngirana? Is Mr. Olwatch Basil or Peter Okou, Ouma, or Jacob Lolera Ntande? Is any of the members around? Is Mrs. Proscovia Sempijia Nakagwa around? Sempijia Nakagwa? Is Mr. Chepkoskei or Rona or Chemoiwa or Kilarai around? Thank you. Kindly submit your PPTs to, they have it already? Thank you. Then is Mr. Sarina Rono around? Oh, my apologies. Is she around? Okay. So, and then, may I know that presenter? Is it on this today? Is, I'm just thinking, okay, this one. Is Mr. Bobson Samuel around? Bobson? Okay. So we are going to start. Some presenters are online. As, for example, Mr. Morris, Janet, Nisue, we are aware. So if there is any person online and you're for this session, kindly let us know and we prepare for you. Our rapporteur for this session is Dr. Apollo Martha. Kindly wave to the members. And then our secretariat has a team of strong ladies and gentlemen. Please wave to the participants. You're so welcome. My name is Louis Majime. I want to welcome you for this session. I'm going to be the chair of this session. Our presentation is going to take 12 minutes for each presentation. I want to propose that each presenter, you make a presentation. The audience, you take note of the questions for that presenter. Then you shall create time so that we get all the questions at once. Is that agreeable? For purposes of managing time? Because if you go session and presentation and response, present and response, I'm worried we may not be able to manage time. So I'm proposing that let all of them present, you take note of the question, then you shall open a Q&A session at once. So you'll be identifying the person to whom those questions are going to be presented to. So having said that, allow me invite, we're going to have Monica presenting first. She'll be followed by Rono. Then she'll be followed by Kiplingat, Joan, Mrs. Then we have Morris, who is online, will come in next. Then Janet Nisue also come in. 12 minutes each. Our timekeeper, please, they want to see you. Where are you? He'll be flashing a card indicating the remaining time so that you can work very fast. Please, Madam Dr. Monica, the podium is just ready for you. Thank you. ICT, can we have the PPTs for Monica? Monica? That is is it there? That is present eco education for the youngest learners. Eco education for the youngest learners, building climate awareness and safety in early childhood care and education setting. The case of Bududa district in Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Anderu Monica. My title is Eco Education for the Youngest Learners, Building Awareness and Safety in Early Childhood Care and Education Setting, a case of Bududa district in Uganda. We can move to the next slide. We have the outline, introduction, okay, the problem statement, the objectives, methodology, results, conclusions, recommendations, and acknowledgements. Okay. Climate change is reshaping lives across East Africa. Young children are among the most vulnerable. Bududa district faces frequent landslides and floods, disrupting learning and threatening child safety. This is according to a national policy of disaster preparedness and management 2010. Early childhood care and education centers are largely excluded from climate adaptation strategies. This is according to the different reports that I read, National Adaptation Plan and the nationally determined contributions. This study explores how early childhood care and education can become a frontline platform for climate resilience. Climate change-induced disasters such as landslides and floods have become increasingly frequent and severe in Bududa district, eastern Uganda, posing grave risks, young children's safety and emotional well-being, and access to early learning. Despite being among the most vulnerable, children in early childhood care and education settings remain largely excluded from formal climate adaptation and disaster preparedness strategies. This is according to UNICEF 2025 and African 2025. We can move to the next slide. Informal indigenous methods, these are like early childhood care and education teachers rely on storytelling, nature walks, and community rituals to teach environmental concepts. Lack of structured support. These approaches lack formal curriculum, professional training, and policy integration, according to Beaver 2023. Impact on children's resilience. Without climate-responsive early childhood care and education frameworks, children struggle to develop environmental agency and emotional resilience. unsafe learning environments. Many early childhood care and education centers in disaster-prone areas like Bududa lack infrastructure and coordinated community engagement. There is urgent need for reform. Early childhood care and education must be positioned as a frontline strategy for climate adaptation and sustainable development in Uganda. To explore current, our first objective is to explore current practices used by early childhood care and education teachers to promote environmental awareness and safety. The next is to assess the role of community-driven initiatives in supporting disaster preparedness in early childhood care and education settings. The next is to identify gaps in policy, curriculum, infrastructure affecting climate care and education. Another one is to propose culturally relevant strategies for embedding environmental education in early learning. Finally, to evaluate the impact of inclusive disaster preparedness on children's emotional and cognitive development. The methodology I used a qualitative case study in Bududa. The participants, I had 30 participants, 12 early childhood care and education teachers, 10 parents, and 8 community leaders. The methods I used: interviews, classroom observations, document review, and community analysis, thematic coding using the Vivo, ethical approval from Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. We can move. So my findings. Under climate vulnerability and disaster impact, Bududa has experienced over 15 major landslides since 2010, with the 2010 landslide disaster killing 365 people. These events have repeatedly disrupted schooling and displaced families. Children affected, according to UBOS 2024, children under 10 make up 18% of Bududa's population, or roughly 45,000 children, many of whom are exposed to climate trauma and learning disruptions. You can move. Teacher capacity and curriculum gaps. Training gaps. A 2020 to 23 early childhood care and education workforce survey found that only 22% of early childhood care and education teachers in Uganda had received any training in climate or disaster preparedness. And none of the reviewed early childhood care and education curriculum documents included climate resilience content. Reliance on indigenous methods. Over 70% of rural early childhood care and education teachers rely on oral traditions and community rituals due to lack of formal materials. Children's emotional responses, trauma prevalence. UNICEF Uganda 2024 annual report notes that children in disaster-prone districts like Bududa saw elevated signs of emotional distress, including withdrawal, fear, absenteeism. Psychosocial support is available in less than 10% of early childhood care and education nationally, centers nationally. Under indigenous knowledge and community involvement, community-led initiatives. In Eastern Uganda, over 40% of disaster preparedness activities are led by elders and religious leaders, including evacuation drills and tree planting. Children's agency. Studies in Mbale and Bududa districts show that children as young as 5 demonstrate environmental awareness, often reminding peers about safety and conservation practices. Conclusively, early childhood care and education in Bududa shows promise but lacks formal support. Teachers and communities are resourceful but under-equipped. Children are active learners and emotionally affected by climate shocks. Early childhood care and education must be imagined as a climate resilience strategy grounded in care, culture, and community. recommendations, develop climate-responsive early childhood care and education curriculum, train teachers in environmental literacy and trauma-informed care, invest in safe infrastructure and early warning systems, formalize community partnerships and scale indigenous practices, integrate early childhood care and education into Uganda's national climate adaptation strategies. Finally, acknowledgements, Kyambogo University, School of Education, the Department of Early Childhood and Pre-Primary Education, equally the organizers of the 10th Inter-University Consortium, Early Childhood Care and Education Centers and Caregivers in Bududa, Ministry of Education and Sports Uganda, Uganda National Climate Change Policy Secretariat, community leaders and local disaster response teams. Thank you so much. Team.
Another round of very heavy round of applause. She has really given us very insightful presentation about ECD and the environment, rather climate change.
Something that we sometimes overlook. Our
dears who are online, we are aware.
Kindly note the questions
The
down.
question is down.
Once the
presenter, once that time comes, we shall give you opportunity to ask your question. Please note the presenter and the question. May I request the next presenter, that is Mrs. Chepkosei. Please, my apologies if I don't mention your title. This book they didn't capture the titles. So professor, doctor, I don't know. Just please bear with me. May I request Chepkosei, Mrs. or Mr. come and make a presentation?
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
She's going to
make a presentation on a scoping review on microbial contamination of fish from Lake Victoria, Kenya.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's online.
It's online.
Your co-presenter.
Please.
Yes,
please.
Online.
IT, please link us to the presenter. But she can be here to. I want to thank the presenter who presented. She managed her time exceedingly so well. I think she has set a very good pace. So we shall manage our time. What's the name?
Under the email, Chemoywa. CHE.
He's controlling from the side. IT, CH, come and spell so you can capture it.
CHEMOIWA. MOIWA. We sent to ICT support.
Okay, so I think they're working on that PPT. For purposes of managing time, allow me request presenter number 3, Chiplingat Joan. Are you around? Chiplingat Joan, come and make your presentation. If you're ready. Chiplingat Joan. What about Peter Njau Mbogo? Are you ready? Are you ready? Please, just give us the title of your email so they can trace your PPT. Who? P. Njawa. Njau. Look for that PPT and we shall P. Njau. NJAU. Mbogo. Have you got it? Have you got it? IT? Okay, they are working on it. Audit Emmanuel, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
Please make your presentation.
Let me share my screen, please. I should be allowed to share because it has been disabled. If I could be given access to share. Okay.
You're going to be allowed in shortly. You're good to go. You're good to go. You can share your screen.
I hope I can be seen.
Yes, we can see your PPT. You have 12 minutes to make your presentation. Then we shall give you an opportunity to interact with the audience. Please start.
Thank you so much. My presentation is on the topic adoption of ICT and AI technology for effective implementation of competency-based curriculum among rural secondary schools of Lango sub-region, Uganda, and the focus is on the challenges, opportunities, and policy recommendations. So this is a policy paper, and it is being presented by Mr. Audit Emmanuel, a research scholar at Tespo University, India, being co-authored by Associate Professor Sasapra Chakwate. And my area of specialization is in the curriculum. So we begin with the introduction. As the world progresses or changes in technology and the diversity of the challenges that affect the society, education should also be tailored to handle the challenges that affects the society. And as such, I can't see my slide. I hope it can be seen. Please.
Yes, we can see, Emmanuel.
And as such, the government of Uganda took the initiative to introduce the new lower secondary school competency-based curriculum in 2020. And this was to make a transition from highly content curriculum, the content-based, the knowledge-based curriculum, and the change of pedagogy from teacher-centered to learner-centered, with integration of values which are very important and critical skills that are necessary in the 21st century. But at the center of this curriculum, there is a proportion for the integration of ICT across all subjects to enable learning. And also this integration of ICT is in line with the Vision 2040 of Uganda, which aims at equipping actually graduates with the competency that is necessary for them to strive in the knowledge economy. And adoption of describe the adoption of this ambition to introduce ICT in the competency-based curriculum, and then the emerging technology of AI. We realize that there are still significant challenges that are faced, especially in its implementation in rural secondary schools, typical of Lango sub-region. And this study, we shall look at those different challenges, opportunities for integrating the ICT in these rural secondary schools, and then policy recommendation. And by doing this, we intend to bridge the gap in ICT integration in the rural schools, and also enhance the achievement of the outcome of the competency-based curriculum. Before the problem statement, this study is based purely on, it's a qualitative study based on literature review and documentary analysis of policy documents, comparative studies, and other framework. So in the problem statement, we realize that despite the initiative of integrating the ICT in the competency-based curriculum as a tool to enhance learning across all subjects, which is also the emphasis of the National Development Plan 3, we realize that its practicability in terms of implementation in rural schools, such as those of Lango, is still problematic. So, and that's why we explore the challenges, opportunities, and policy recommendation for integrating this. So, in this study, we look at the technological pedagogical content knowledge, the TPAC theory, which emphasize on the integration of pedagogy, the content, the pedagogical content, the technology, and the methods in the process of teaching and learning. And then also it was guided by the digital divine theory, which talks about the disparities in access in terms of skills, which is centered on the geographical location. And then I've lost my slide again. Wow.
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see your slides.
I've lost my.
We can able to see. Able to see.
Are you able to see my slide again?
Yes. Yes, we are seeing.
Yes, even online, you are able to see your slide.
Okay. So, but I can't move. I can't push it. That's a challenge.
Okay, maybe what you can do, maybe your computer is freezing. If you have a side work.
Not really. Okay, it is now. Okay, it is normal. It is normal. We can move on. Okay. So I've already talked about the theory, and then we look at the current policy context in Uganda. We realize that there are policy that supports and recognize the integration of ICT in education, especially the Uganda 2019 ICT policy in education. But its implementation is uneven in most of the rural places. Also, we have the national NDP Plan 3, and then which also emphasizes on the integration of this technology. But the challenge is with its implementation. When we look at international comparison and experiences from other countries, there are those countries which have already adopted this competency-based curriculum. For example, we look at Kenya. They adopted the CBC, but they were successfully able to integrate technology in it by bringing digital literacy program, putting it in place. But also in Rwanda, there was a smart classroom project that was put in place to enhance the integration of this CBC, and also Ghana and other countries. So from the literature reviewed and other policy documents, we realize that most of the challenges that are affecting integration of ICT in rural schools, especially like comparative to Lango sub-region, is inadequate infrastructure like ICT, internet connectivity, and so on. And then we have like teacher competency, especially in regard to the use of ICT equipment. Most of them are limited, and then of course financial constraints. And then we have weak institutional policy that governing the use of ICT within the school itself. And then of course cultural resistance from some teachers and educators who believe that this ICT has come to replace on their work and all that. So they are unable to adapt to this. And then of course awareness about cyber security and all that. Now, despite all this, we have opportunities that can be used to integrate this ICT and AI into the implementation of competency-based curriculum. One of those opportunities is...
Excuse me? Sorry, we are doing bad over time. You have about 3 minutes to wind up.
Okay. So probably I will have to go straight to the recommendations, just to save time. So in my recommendation to the policy makers is that in order for ICT to be integrated and AI into the implementation of competency-based curriculum and enhance its implementation, there is need by the Ministry of Education to consider like electrifying, like putting infrastructure in the rural schools, and also ensuring that there is ethical guideline in the use of ICT in most of these in these schools. And then also NCDC should develop more materials which are online, which can be accessed online, but also, if possible, they should tailor those materials to the local language to include inclusivity among the different schools which are located in different geographical regions, which are diverse linguistically. And then also, there's need also for the teacher training institution to emphasize on digital training, like training teachers on digital knowledge or the latest technology, but also public-private partnership between the government and other private sectors to supply computers, for example, with these telecom companies, so that they can supply the rural schools. And finally, there's need also to regulate the. Now I've lost my PowerPoint again, but
it is well. It is well.
I'm
so
almost
grateful.
good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving.
Maybe just successful integration of ICT into the implementation of competency-based curriculum requires a collaborative approaches that requires the government and other stakeholders to come in and play a role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for giving us those insights about
adoption and AI intelligence.
Actually, you're putting AI to go into a secondary school. This is really an interesting topic.
So allow me invite the next presenter.
IT, is Monica's presentation ready?
Is it okay?
Is it okay?
Online too. You can let me know who is ready so that they can log on. Monica?
Monica?
There is another.
I'm ready.
This is
who?
Morris.
Morris.
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Morris completed.
Morris completed. You're through. So.
Yeah, I'm through. I can present online.
You're presenting online.
You're presenting online.
Yeah.
Please
go ahead and make your presentation. You have 12 minutes.
You can share your screen.
It is enabled. I'm disabled. You can allow me. I cannot be able to share.
You can share your screen.
You're enabled now.
So as you're sharing,
you shall have 12 minutes for your presentation.
We shall give an opportunity
to the audience to ask
a few questions, and then
you're able to respond to them.
Are you finding any
challenges sharing your screen?
Yes. Our challenge of I don't know if I've been enabled to do so.
Okay.
Do you have side work with you? You could take us through.
Then the
PPTs will share them with the secretariat. Then the audience can have them later.
If you can
go through your side work.
I can just.
Yes. You
can talk over your side work
very quickly.
Then secretariat will share the PPTs with the audience.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're
loud and clear.
Okay. I'm Morris Safarichao representing Dr. Erastus Mchimbuti. The topic is accessing the efficiency and the funding challenges of three-day secondary education. That is trend, wastage, and policy implementation. The outline, you have the introduction, the problem statement, the objective, the methodology, result, conclusion, and recommendation. The introduction. In Kenya, free primary education was launched in 2008 under the Kenya Education Sector Support Program in 2005 to enhance access and affordability in secondary education. The government of Kenya subsidize the tuition fee in order to reduce the financial burden to parents and promote equity, because not all families have come from the same social economic background. The rising primary enrollment data in 2003, it increased due to free primary education, increased pressure for expanded access to secondary education. The enrollment increased, but the capacity to accommodate the access of the student. Reforms like 100 transition and re-entry policy improve access and retention and transition rate across basic education, whereby every child was supposed to transit to secondary education. Primary to secondary transition rate rose from 81 to in 2016 to 91 in 2020. That is according to Mayor Etal in 2024. Public secondary schools have enrolled 95.3% of students, reflecting success of free-day secondary education as related to policy reforms by World Bank in 2024. The problem statement. Despite the free-day secondary success in expanding access, funding inadequacy remains a major challenge to sustainability. It has been having a great challenge to sustain the huge number of students enrolling. There's also a problem of delayed and reduced government capitation has strained school operation and the quality of education. The support, the capitation from the government has always been delaying. The schools, due to the delay, has imposed unauthorized levies in order to sustain running of the school on parents, which undermine the principle of free education. There's inefficiencies such as forced repetition and ghost student lead to significant resource wastages. The repetition or the repeaters and the ghost student, they are wastage of the resources. The gender disparity persists, with the girls facing higher dropout rates due to social cultural barriers. We have the low transition to tertiary education leaves many graduates vulnerable to unemployment and underemployment. That's few people have been employed, and also some of them have been employed for in job which they are not based on their qualification. We have the objectives. The objectives to examine the adequacy and the timelines of government funding for free-day secondary education in Kenya. Another one is to analyze the trends and the patterns of enrollment, retentions, and wastage within the free-day secondary program from 2016 to 2024. The third one is about to assess the internal efficiency of the secondary education system using indicators such as crude grade survival rate, crude cohort wastage rate, and the average years per graduate. And the last one is to explore the policy and administrative factors affecting equity and equity, accountability, and sustainable free-day secondary education implementation. The methodology. We're not talking about the methodology, discussing about the study employed desktop review design, focusing on secondary data sources. The data were obtained from government policy, document reports, official statistics, that's from Ministry of Education, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and World Bank. The peer-reviewed journal articles, evaluation studies were analyzed to identify trends and gaps in free-day secondary education implementation. We're talking about the time frame of review. It was from 2016-2024, to capture recent findings and efficiency trends. Data were synthesized thematically based on findings, adequacy, efficiency, enrollment, and gender equity. Findings were compared and triangulated across multiple sources to ensure validity. The results. We're talking about the result of free-day secondary education allocation in 2025-2026 stand at 51.9 billion within capitation per learner, reduced that was reduced from 22,244 Kenya shillings to 15,614. Funding is released in 3 tranches, that is 50, 30, and 20, but delays often disrupt school operation because school need funding for it to operate.
More
School
time check.
continue.
Time check. You have about 5 minutes. Just try to wind up.
School continue charging unauthorized levies such as medical and insurance fees despite government directives. Reduces subsidies have forced parents to shoulder extra costs, leading to dropout among day scholars. Category A boarding school require parents to pay 53,554, while Category B schools charges 40,535 annually. Inequality funding and delays disbursement threaten the sustainability and equity goals of free-day secondary education. We have the enrollment in secondary school by classes and sex in 2021-22, whereby the graduation rate in 2021 we had 49,925 and 257 for boys, and the rest maybe you can be able to see it when you just share the PowerPoint. The result, internal efficiency measures how efficient students progress through secondary education with minimum repetition or dropout. In 2021, cohort showed inflated enrollment with 95,600 extra students, causing a cash of 2.1 billion loss due to ghost learners and forced repetition. The crude grade survival rates exceeded 100% in 2022, indicating data inflation and repetition in Form 1 and Form 2. So by 2024, the crude grade survival rate improved from 92.7% for boys and 95.1% for girls, showing better flow by continued efficiency. So crude cohort wastage rate for the 2021 cohort reflected massive resources wastage linked to false enrollment data. Graduation rate improved steadily, reached 99% for both boys and girls in 2024, showing enhanced completion but lingering data integrity concern. Results, we have the girls' system level barriers such as high education costs, gender norms, early marriages. We have the sexual harassment and bullying, targeted interventions, workforce readiness, and entrepreneurship training in schools. In 2024, only 246 out of 957, 554 KCSE candidates, that is 26%, qualified for university placement, according to Atieno in 2025. Average year per graduate was approximately 4.05 years, indicating minimum time wasted by continued efficiency concern. So in conclusion, we are talking about the government should ensure prompt remittance of education funds in the 50-30-20 ratio to improve enrollment. Strict action must be taken against school heads imposing legal levies on parents. Poor families should be promoted from hidden school costs that hinder access to education. Community sensitization is vital to curb early marriages and child labor among learners. The learner discipline and motivation should be promoted to reduce dropout rate. Government must reform the economy and fight corruption to tackle unemployment among educated youth. Recommendation: should be increase and streamline government funding to ensure timely support for secondary school, enforce accountability measures to curb illegal levies and the misuse of education fund, expand scholarship and mentorship program, targeting disadvantaged and at-risk learners, and lastly, promoting skills-based and entrepreneurship training to enhance employability after graduation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice, for enlightening us about that. Please, do you want to clap for Maurice, please? Thank you so much. May I kindly invite Ms. Chepkoskei to share your screen. It's your turn now.
Thank you.
Share your screen.
IT, you're going to present? She's presenting? Okay. So you'll be...
Can my screen be seen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Not yet.
And now?
Not yet.
Okay, maybe the ICT team can.
It is well. Let us share from here. You sent us a copy. Just simply go
Yes.
over your slide. We can able to see your work here. Please proceed. You have about 12 minutes. Let us see how we can manage time. Thank you.
You can now see the slides?
Yes, we can follow your slides here. We are following from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Chepkoskei, presenting on a scoping review on microbial contamination of fish from Lake Victoria, Kenya supply chain. My co-authors are Dr. Salina Rono, Dr. Emily Chomoyo, and Kirare Ezra. So the outline is guided by the 10th Inter-University Consortium. From the introduction, problem statement, objectives, methodology, results, conclusions, recommendation, and acknowledgements. To introduce, Kenyan aquaculture is vital for the nation's economic development, contributing to food security, job creation, and improved livelihoods, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. With a growing demand of fish, Lake Victoria has been a source of Kenya's total fish production, supplying over 90% of the fish for the local and export markets, according to the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. The commercially significant species in the lake are as follows: exotic Nile perch, and the indigenous cyprinid, the introduced Nile tilapia, African catfish, sardines, with the Nile tilapia being the most commonly farmed freshwater fish for aquaculture purposes. The aquaculture sector has significantly grown by the support by the Kenyan government initiatives like the Economic Stimulus Program, the Kenya's Vision 2030, and the Big Four Agenda. Consequently, these frameworks have recognized aquaculture's potential for poverty reduction in Kenya, contributing to food security and employment. Kenya ranks fourth in Africa for aquaculture fish production, yielding approximately 20,000 tons per year, according to Munguti et al. This recent success is contributed to better management, availability of fish, high quality fish feeds, as well as the big support from the Kenyan government. The statement of the problem: despite these advancements and productivity in the Kenya's aquaculture, the industry continues to incur significant losses due to fish spoilage that is attributed to microbial contamination. Fresh fish has been found to be highly perishable and degrades very quickly immediately after harvesting, primarily due to high surrounding temperatures during transportation and storage, poor infrastructure, and long market distances. This vulnerability means that raw fish is very prone to microbial and parasitic contamination, which causes severe foodborne illnesses like salmonellosis caused by Salmonella species, cholera caused by the common Vibrio cholerae,
and listeriosis caused by Listeria monocytogenes. These pose significant public health issues. And post-harvest contamination also contributes to an estimated of 10% loss along the fish supply chain due to inept practices like bulk storage and heaping. This leads to quality degradation and losses of even up to 100%, according to Obiero et al. These losses sustained by the industry due to microbial contamination highlight the critical need for attention and expertise in this area. So this scoping review aims to thoroughly assess the current knowledge on pre- and post-harvest fish losses due to microbial contamination and spoilage in the Lake Victoria area of Kenya. The main objectives of this scoping review was to assess microbial contamination hotspots and potential pathogens using a scoping review approach using data from 2014 to 2024. The specific objectives were to assess the current knowledge, pre- and post-harvest of fish losses due to microbial contamination and spoilage in the Lake Victoria area of Kenya. Secondly, to identify risk factors contributing to microbial contamination along the fish supply chain with a view to propose innovative solutions for improving public health risks associated with fish quality and safety methods. This review employed a scoping method guided by the framework proposed by AXI and Mali, enhanced by LIVAC, and was reported using PRISMA SCR guidelines. This research was also driven by the core question: what is the extent, the nature of evidence on microbial contamination from Lake Victoria, Kenya? So the population concept and context framework guided the eligibility criteria. This review also included peer-reviewed empirical
Quick time
studies.
check. Excuse me. Quick time check.
Sorry.
You have about 5 minutes.
Thank you. Reviews, reports, and policy documents that were published in English during the said time. So this is a map of the Lake Victoria Basin. So the search that was employed across electronic databases with an initial pool of 776 sources, narrowing down to 62 articles that had 2 independent reviewers screening the articles, adhering to PRISMA guidelines. So this review also adhered to methodological framework, as I had said earlier, and utilized a narrative synthesis approach to categorize and compare the findings. This is a PRISMA diagram of the articles included, and the key fish pathogens from the results identified the key contaminants as follows: Salmonella, Escherichia coli, Vibrio cholerae, Listeria monocytogenes, Shigella, and Ironomonas hydrophila, with over 150 bacterial isolates, both gram-positive and gram-negative. These pathogens pose high health risks, which can cause foodborne illnesses like food poisoning and severe gastrointestinal infections. So these are some of the risk factors that were associated to some of the losses that were witnessed: poor temperature control, improper storage conditions, handling practices, water quality, and personal hygiene and sanitation. So among the major sources of contamination that were found, E. coli and total coliforms frequently exceeded the guidelines, and the impact was direct pathogen entry into the fish. Secondly, on handling and hygiene, was also found to be
a major source of contamination, increasing the multiplication of supply chain. Structural gaps like was also witnessed in transportation. Processing and packaging traditional methods were used. This contributes to microbial contamination and toxin accumulation within the fish supply chain. So these are some of the pathogens that were witnessed through the major sources of contamination, like poor handling, contributed to spread of Salmonella and Staph aureus. Contaminated water contributed to the proliferation of E. coli and some other pathogens as listed. Cross-contamination was also evident, transferring pathogens like Vibrio cholerae and Listeria monocytogenes. Poor storage and market conditions and unsanitized equipments also brought contamination along the supply chain.
Okay.
So this study contributed to the SDGs number 2, number 3 on good health and well-being, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG number 14 on life below water. So addressing these risks to contamination within the supply chain helps to ensure that these SDGs have been adhered to. In conclusion, studies confirm a high prevalence of harmful bacterial pathogens like E. coli, Salmonella, Staph aureus, Vibrio, and Shigella. These pose serious food safety risks across the fish supply chain. These high contamination levels are also not isolated events, but stem from fundamental lack of proper sanitary practices along all the stages of production. This problem is also worsened by obsolete infrastructure like lack of electricity, inadequate refrigeration or cooling facilities, and inherent traditional preservation methods which often stop microbial growth. Hence, these are key drivers to losses that include poor water quality and deficient hygienic condition, making them primary drivers in accelerating spoilage and microbial contamination. So among the key recommendations from the study are training fish handlers and traders on better hygiene and handling practices. This is aimed at reducing contamination from human contact and minimizing microbial growth. Enhancing infrastructure also is a key recommendation, that is investing in modern, low carbon cold storage and refrigeration facilities through adoption of innovative technologies that will help in reducing microbial proliferation and spoilage. Adopting safer and more efficient processing technologies will also help to prolong shelf life and maintain nutritional quality of fish and limit contamination. Among the policy and enforcement, policymakers need to ensure that stringent regulations and enforcement of best practices are aligned to international food safety standards. All these will help to protect the consumer health and ensure compliance, reduce post-harvest losses, bolster the economic situation in aquaculture communities.
Wow.
Thank you very much for listening. These are some of the pictorials for the risk factors associated with microbial contamination.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for really walking all that journey, going through all that literature, and you gave us this great summary. So we are so great. Please, can we join me and we give a hand clap to Stella, to Sylvia. Thank you so much. Joan, it's your turn. Keep Plangat, kindly share your screen, or we can share here. IT, can you share here?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm sending on behalf of Joan. Is Pixley Kipsumbai.
Yes, please proceed.
Please share my slides on there.
IT, he can share or you're sharing?
Moderator, you can share from
He
the
can
end.
share from this side. Yes,
Yes.
please share his slides on genetic breeding strategies for environmental adaptation in Bomboxley, that one. Please, you have 12 minutes. Please start. Meanwhile, Peter Kyambogo, you'll be coming in next. Kindly prepare as well. Yes, Mr. Chiplangat, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Pixley Kipsumbai. I'll be sharing this presentation on behalf of my co-authors, Joan Kiplagat and Emily Chemoyo. So our presentation is on the genetic breeding strategies for environmental adaptation in complex Mori silkworm. This is a review paper where we want to consider, we have to look at the breeding strategies for adaptation to climate, environmental changes. This is the outline of the structure of our presentation, the introduction, objectives, methodology, and so on. So as a way of introduction, silkworm is one of the insects, it's a lepidopteran, which produces what they call a silk gland, which produces a thread like called the silk, which is a commercial product for making garment. It is very important in the textile industry. And this silkworm, over the duration, has been domesticated, making it vulnerable to environmental changes because of the many years of domestication. And in this case, it makes it vulnerable to heat waves, humidity, irregular changes in rainfall, and so on, as indicated by Hoyt 2023. And at times you find that elevated temperatures increases or causes what you call mortality. And also sometimes also what you call elevated or reduced humidity makes it prone to other pathogens, disease pathogens, including fungal and so on. So you also find that these heat waves also disrupts the silk gland functioning, because the silk gland is the one which makes the silk. Next slide. So the fragility of this calls for what you call the breeding, so that it can adapt to those conditions. And traditional, or sometimes also called conventional methods, produce what you call silkworms, which have been thermotolerant. There's increased level during survival. There's increased cocoon weight, and also maybe filament quality, and so on. These traditional methods include systemic hybridization, as been indicated by Hali et al. Backcrossing also has been one of the methods. However, these conventional methods, although they are foundational in nature, they are what we call the hampered by long durations of breeding cycles, limited precision in trait selection, and complex inheritance. So in this case, we've tried to look at what is available in literature, or what's available, what type of research, in this case, for the case of genetic breeding for environmental adaptation. Next slide, please. And this genetic molecular weights includes use of molecular tools like mass, what called marker-assisted selection, and DNA markers, including the simple sequence repeats, single nucleotide polymorphism, to identify what we call quantitative trait loci, that loci which carries the genes of importance, as being initially reported by Maggi and Baji. And since the mass, what you call marker-assisted selection, has been able to shorten it shortens the selection timelines. And further, of lately, there's what you call the use of genomic techniques and what you call transcriptive transcriptomics, which looks at the RNA sequences and so on. And several reporters have reported the genes which are important for what you call antioxidant enzymes like Liu et al. And so on.
We are sorry, I think we have lost you. Are you still there? Mr. Splangat, are you still on? Hello?
Sorry.
We have lost you.
Sorry. I'm now connected, sorry.
It's well. You can now proceed to your objectives.
So ACAP remains in translating some of this genomic data, so that's why we looked at this, we did this review. Next slide, please. So the objective of this review was to consolidate the current information on genetic breeding strategies for environmental adaptation, and also it tries to synthesize the evidence which have been used for conventional selection, hybridization, and marker and transcriptomic profiling to develop climate-resilient strains for improving breeding opportunities in sericulture and changing climate conditions. Next. The methodology adopted is what we call systematic and structural approach, where we consolidated evidence for both classical, what we call the conventional methods, and the modern breeding methods, where we cite extensive literature search using the cross databases, including Scopus, Web of Science, made among others, using the keywords silk breeding, gene editing, and restricted to peer review papers from 2015 to 2025. And then it includes also focused on molecular breeding interventions addressing environmental and nutritional adaptations. And PRISMA was used to what we call the PRISMA guidelines, as reported by Trico et al. 2018, was used to collect evidence, and we narrowed down to 55 papers at long last, which we used for the review, which provides on the robust designs and those stimulating real-world environmental stress scenarios in silkworm breeding. Next slide. Yeah, so from this, we found that there are several breeding strategies which have been reported. And this, most of the conventional, like what was done in India, most of them was done in Asia. Like in the case of intolerance, Singh et al. Identified hybrids with high cocoon yield under that 6 degrees centigrade. Those cross show that significant, as what you call specific combining ability, SCE, SCA, and the 8 degrees centigrade for each stress. And then for quantity, the ability to produce more offsprings. One et al. 2021 shows that fertilized strains with more than 500 eggs per female and so on. So hybridization, backcrossing, recurrent selection for filament length are some of the things which have been done. However, in the next slide, we'll see that because of what I said earlier, these phenotypic selections under stress, simulations, and so on, takes time. And there was also what you call limited and limited by long cycles and low precision and so on. Then we looked at what are some of the what you call the current or what you call molecular techniques, which in the next slide.
We have about 2 minutes. Minutes. We have about 2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. So these are some of the molecular techniques, including SSR, SNP, rapids, and so on, which have been reported to improve this breeding for silkworm, for drought resistance, relative humidity tolerance, and so on. And then in the next slide, please. In the genomic applications, we have the RNA sequence, which has been used for what you call upregulation. They are shown upregulation SSP, as reported by Liu et al. We have the what you call band genomics for thermo-emitted fluctuations. We have RNA sequence again using qPCR for nutritional stress adaptation, whole genome and SNP for what you call antioxidant pathways and so on. So, in conclusion, we realize that genetic breeding is a critical and sustainable strategy for an silkworm resilience for what we call stress, environmental stress adaptation. Whereas classical approaches takes time, they are still necessary for what we call addition selection. And then mass and mapping is also are precise and important. But as we move to genomic selection, this will enhance precision for polygenic traits for leveraging whole genome by leveraging whole genome data. Next slide. Further, also, the RNA sequences are also still important for what we call targeting, looking at the expression of the gene, and the new techniques CRISPR-Cas system is also important for precision and recognition of the genotype and environment interaction is important. So in recommendation, we see that there is incorporation, there is need to incorporate GS, that is genome sequencing, and conventional, and then apply precision techniques like CRISPR-Cas system and tailor breeding efforts into agriculture and bring together experts of genetics, agroecologists, climate science, and policy changes, because sometimes you produce transgenics which are not adopted, which are not taken over. Thank you.
A round of applause
Thank you, sir.
To Mr. Chiplangat. Thank you so much. Actually, you've excited us about silkworms. Some members here can say they're very happy about your presentation. Silkworms, it's a good reminder as Peter Njau comes in, Mbogo. Are you ready? Are you online? You're presenting physical? You're here physically? Please, you're welcome. You have 12 minutes. As he comes in, Janet Nisiwe, please prepare as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hey, afternoon once again. So as you can see, my name is Kyambogo. And we are in Kyambogo. I believe there is some correlation there, so I'm at home. So we are from Mount Kenya University, that is from Kenya. The topic of my presentation is climate smart adaptive strategies for community resilience among pastoralists in ASOL areas of Kenya. And specifically, I'm going to narrow down to Kajiado County, where the community who live there, we call them the Maasai, the nomads. But remember, we have Maasai even in Tanzania. So Maasai, and I'll tell you in the study, we will be able to see why are they found different places. So next slide, please. You can go to slide 3 because slide 2 is just the outline. So we have brought in the aspect of climate change
And you cannot talk about climate change without appreciating the global warming. And a little bit about global warming has something to do with the greenhouse emissions. That is global, especially in the industrialized countries. But what happens in Africa? Our emissions are very little, that is 4%. But who suffers more? Africa. And particularly in Kenya, as we will see from the results, more than 89% of the land mass in Kenya are assholes. What about Kajiado? Kajiado is extremely dry, as we are going to see. And that dryness has so many complications, whereby the pastoral livelihoods, water resources, and grazing lands are at risk. Next, sir. When we look at the problem statement, we are appreciating the prolonged drought that lead to the depletion of grazing lands. And what happens? We have massive livestock deaths. Remember, we're talking about a community who highly deal on and depends on the livestock. Loss of livelihood, now they have nothing to do business with. Then something that is coming up in the East African region, the conflicts. Not that these people have fights, but as they compete for the scarce resources, you understand that in economics, when you are fighting for, when you are competing for the scarce resources, conflicts is inevitable. And also now the households suffer from food shortages and malnutrition, particularly women and children. Again, imagine having such a concept. We still have limited studies. So there's a knowledge gap. Next. The study is still ongoing, so we are going to look at one of the objectives, and this objective is basically like a baseline. We are trying to appreciate and prove that actually in Kajiado, we have erratic climate change, and Kajiado can comfortably be classified as an asshole. We also try to see their main livelihood being livestock. Do we have a correlation that when it's dry, livestock suffer and the Maasai community also suffer? That's the main objective. And is it really relevant? We ask ourselves that question. Just like we have been seeing, most of the studies here are relevant. We have a sub-theme we are talking to. So this study is talking to the sub-theme on climate change, that is sub-theme 2, and agricultural innovation, also another theme in this conference. So imagine a study addressing 2 sub-themes. Again, SDGs, our able professor in the morning said that we should make sure that the current studies we are doing are informed by the SDGs. The SDGs addressed by this study are quite a number: poverty eradication, food security, decent work and economic growth, climate action, partnership for the goals, just to mention a few. Again, another very good concept coming up nowadays is what we call, in the research field, is what we call the One Health concept. What does it talk about? There are 3 aspects that we have to take care of. That is environmental conservation, Mother Nature, appreciating the nature. Secondly, human health. And thirdly, animal health. We realize if you don't take care of our animals, also the human health is at stake. Next. In the methodology, next slide, please. The study area is Kajiado. We have talked about Kajiado. And just to mention before it takes us there, imagine Kajiado is an asshole, which is neighboring the capital city of Nairobi. It's actually classified in the Nairobi metropolitan region, counties that surrounds the capital city, and it is an asshole. So it makes this region a very important region. The design used mixed method research design. There were fieldwork activities that were involved, whereby the households were the target. And again, secondary data from the Kenya Meteorological Department, the KMD, the climatic data. Then we are involving community through CBOs. There's a CBO called
sanitization initiative for resilient communities, SIRC. We also have a research consultancy by the name of Datavine Solutions to try to make this data speak. They have collaborated to come up with this study. Trend analysis for various seasons. You cannot talk about climate change without proving it visually, and we'll see. Descriptive statistics to summarize the opinions. Imagine we have just 12 minutes to explain the opinions of the people from Kajiado. So we must be technical enough, so descriptive statistics. And again, you cannot prove that we have relationship between variables without correlation, without inferential statistics. So we'll see correlation analysis. Now we can go to the results, please. And the first of the results, we want to see how do these people behave. The Maasai, when it comes to livestock. Determinants of wealth among the Maasai. For a Maasai to be considered rich, the most important asset is livestock, followed by size of land, followed by number of children, wives, and then other assets come later. In other places, like in the town setup, people look at how much you have in the bank account, but the Maasai considers how many heads of cattle you have. So the other thing is who is involved in doing the pastoralism. We have male dominate, and that is the adult male, and also followed by the young male. So the practice is common in Kajiado. Next. Now we want to see how do we analyze this climatic data, and I hope it's visible. And we are doing a correlation between two main variables here. Look at the right. We are talking about monthly average rainfall in Kajiado. That is long term. We are talking about for the last 40 years, how have the seasons been? The other chart. Yeah, that one. How is rainfall distributed in Kajiado? And we have two seasons. And these two seasons are very fun. We have the short rains and then the short rains. The long rains, as you can see, starts from March. March is the onset, then the peak is May, and then the cessation is May. No, ma'am, we are talking about March, April, May. Then we follow with a very dry season, which is very cold. That is from June, July, August. And then September, the rain starts again. We have the short rains. We call it OND. That is October, November, and December. And as you can see, November is the second peak. Maybe you can just scroll left so that we can see what happens in those months as far as animals' welfare is concerned. We are looking at the prevalence of severely malnourished cattle, the way those animals behave. And as you can see, in the month of September, just after the dry, cold season, most animals are almost dying. Imagine 85% prevalence of malnourished cattle. And as you can see, there's a very high relationship. Down there, as you can see, the rainfall is by model. We have two seasons, MAM and OND. And when you do the correlation between the two charts, it is negative 0.7 with a p-value of 0.05, 0.00, which is less than 0.0. So what do we mean by that? There is a negative and strong significant relationship at 5% levels of significance. That means whenever the rainfall is there, the malnourishment is low, and vice versa is true. That's why we are talking about a negative correlation. Now, next, the cattle breeds are mostly indigenous. Look at the Sahiwa, Borana, followed by Zebus, and then followed by the Red Pole. And as you can see, the herds are now becoming smaller. 1 to 25 are the majority. But we want to see an example of severely malnourished cattle, very devastating. Imagine a pastoralist counting those as assets. Something needs to be done next. But what are the adaptive strategies that they are using? It is very sad that the strategies are still traditional. Nomadic movement. I promise to tell you, why do you get Maasais following cattle? even in Nairobi. The other day they wanted to be given permission to graze in Parliament because there is green, there is green pasture there. So they follow where the pastures are. They become nomadic. Few of them buy purchase supplements, and destocking, which is what we are trying to encourage, is rarely done. Destocking means, look at the next slide. Destocking means, the next slide please. Look at those, that is a zebu and a sahiwo. Very healthy. It has a potential of even being close to 1,000 kilograms. That is the time they're supposed to sell their livestock. But what happens? As they hold dearly to their assets, after the bad drought and whatever happens, there's no rainfall, they risk losing the livestock. So next. So in the next few slides, we are looking at some of the few things we would like them to adopt. It's done at a very low level. The supplements they buy, very little. Locally available supplements, as you can see also, very traditional. We know the cactus tree. We know the acacia, trees that are found in the desert. That's what they try to implement. So in conclusion, with your permission, the conclusion, communities in Kajiado, we have already seen they're pastoralists. Kajiado itself is a nation. We have already seen that. Cattle there is, the animals there are severely malnourished when the season is bad. There is that strong relationship between the two variables. That one is evident. And then, one of the omissions that we found in Kajiado, we don't have very important corporations that support farmers and pastoralists. We don't have KALRO, that is Kenya Agricultural Livestock and Research Institute. We don't have it in Kajiado. We also don't have Agricultural Development Corporation. We also don't have so many volunteers who are supposed to go there. So in recommendation, we are proposing now in the next phase of the study, corporates, multi-agency organizations to come together. And we are proposing even an experimental study to see whether the climate smart agricultural adaptation techniques, if the Maasais are exposed to that, are we going to save them from the ruthless Mother Nature? That when it is drought, they have the checks, they have money in the bank, and food reserves in the granary ready to feed the animals instead of watching the animals die. So in acknowledgement, again, a lot of thanks to Kyambogo and the consortium for giving us the opportunity. Also Mount Kenya University for sponsoring us. Also the two organizations, the research consultancy and the CBO that worked together. So thank you so much.
Please, a round of applause to Mr. Mbogo. Actually, Mbogo is not only a name to Kyambogo. Mbogo is also a common name in Uganda. It translates to mean buffalo. I don't know what it translates to mean in Kenya. So last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome our last presenter, Peter Njau. Sorry, Nisiwe. Nisiwe, are you online? Are you available? Can you hear us? Miss Janet Nisiwe.
I'm available. I'm sharing. Allow me to share kindly.
Please share. Please do. If you have
Enable.
Yes. If you have any issues, we can share from here and then we follow together. IT, is she comfortable? Yes, you can share now.
If you can see it kindly.
It's coming. Please go ahead. You can start already. Yes. We are good to go.
Thank you. I'll take a short time. I understand how you have taken us through the whole day. My name is Dr. Janet Nabiswa, presenting also on behalf of Dr. Nabiswa. This is Kenya. The title is Stress Triggers Among Motorcycle Taxi Riders and Their Effect on Road Safety Behavior within Bungoma South Sub-County in Bungoma County, Kenya. So I'll go to the introduction. We realize that motorcycle taxis have evolved globally as a very fast, cheap, and efficient transport alternative within the transport ecosystem, both within rural and urban areas. In Kenya, it is popularly known as boda boda, a term that is coined because it originated on the border lines of the two countries, Kenya and Uganda. This mode plays a very critical role in bridging transport gaps, especially in inaccessible areas where public transport is either limited or non-existent. And that while this sector provides a livelihood to many thousands of youth, and while it has significantly improved their mobility, boda riders consistently in Kenya make up a significant proportion of road accidents, road traffic accidents and fatalities. For example, in 2023, motorcycle-related crashes accounted for over 30% of the total road traffic deaths in Kenya, making it one of the most at-risk groups. So our main problem was that while many initiatives to improve this particular sector and to mitigate risk behavior, such as rider training, the government has engaged in safety gear requirements, regulations for carrying passengers, awareness campaigns, community policing. While these efforts and initiatives are laudable, the high number of accidents attributable to boda riders is actually indicative of unresolved road safety challenges. So even with all this, the accidents still prevail. So this particular study examined stress triggers among motorcycle taxi drivers or riders and their effect on road safety. So we had our main objective to investigate stress triggers among boda riders and their effect on road safety. But then we narrowed down for this particular study on two specific objectives. First, we wanted to determine the demographic characteristics of motorcycle taxi drivers within Bungoma sub-county. Then secondly, we wanted to identify circumstances contributing to that susceptibility, the vulnerability of motorcycle taxi riders to stress and risky road safety behavior. So we engaged a descriptive survey design, which was quite helpful to help us understand the patterns in road safety behavior. The study area was actually purposely picked. That was, it is a highway called Chwele Mayanja Kandui Highway in Bungoma County. And this was dictated by the fact that in the recent years, the transit good trucks have migrated from the Malaba border from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania highway to that particular highway, posing a road safety concern. And with the research instruments, of course, the structured questionnaires, document analysis, and we also employed a checklist. We employed descriptive statistics because we were mainly looking at the demographic patterns, and we're also looking at the susceptibility causal aspects. The results are as follows. That a majority of boda riders fall within the age brackets of 18 to 30 years, that is 77%, and that most of them had attained secondary education level. That is for objective one. We wanted to actually look at the demographics, and we looked at two particular demographics, the age of the rider and the level of education. We also discovered, or the results showed, that we have a myriad of challenges that carry potential for stress triggers among boda riders susceptible to risky behavior that could compromise their road safety. These were identified as inability to save for the future. That was a revelation from the boda riders, fatigue and mental overload, and high daily remittance for rented motorcycles. So I may not go through that table because it is detailed. So there is a small summary here. From this particular table, the study established that the largest age group for boda riders is between 26 to 30 years, making up 43% of the selected sample. This actually suggests that the profession is mostly attractive to young adults who may be at a transitional stage of economic or career development. The second largest is 18 to 25 years, that is 34%, indicating a strong youth presence in the industry. Most reported stress triggers based on age were, of course, fatigue and mental overload, and then inability to save for the future. Then for the results for the level of education are there. They are quite detailed. We can refer to the full paper at a given point. But in a summary, these are what the study discovered. Most boda riders, at least 54%, have completed secondary education, indicating that a significant proportion of riders likely entered the workforce after completing high school. Then we have 29% having tertiary or college education. So this suggests that a reasonable portion of boda riders possess at least secondary or post-secondary education, and therefore they could be seeking alternative employment due to lack of formal opportunities in the fields of their study. So most reported stress triggers for this particular level, according to the level of education, was that saving and that high rent remittance. So they rent the taxis, and then in the evening they have to pay their landlords. For the observation checklists or the qualitative section of this particular study, we just picked one out of the many for the sake of the 12 minutes. And in this particular plate, you can see that a boda rider is carrying farm produce for a customer. And the behavior depicted reflects the attitude to optimize returns without caring about safety. You can see that the luggage makes it very difficult to see any vehicle coming, and this becomes risky. So from the wider results, you will realize that the boda riders, being very youthful and just out of school or college, actually are more susceptible to stress triggers than the other segments of the age brackets. Conclusion, these findings underscore the critical role of stress triggers among motorcycle taxi riders and their effect on road safety behavior. And very importantly is that while motorcycle taxi riders could be putting on brave faces in pursuit of self-employment, many of them are susceptible to stress and risky road safety behavior and should therefore be cushioned under affirmative initiatives that are unique to that particular upcoming or new industry. Recommendations, as researchers, we recommend that behaviorally young riders may be more prone to peer pressure, risk-taking, or emotional distress, especially due to financial instability, and therefore age-specific support and mentorship programs could be beneficial. And we also recommend that regulatory frameworks and support programs should be age-sensitive, especially so that they can address the early entry level of the youthful bodas into the informal transport sector. Lastly, given their prime ages, the interventions should be aimed at improving, incorporating more advanced training and vocational skills to appeal to riders with varying levels of education. We kindly thank organizers of this particular conference for giving us an opportunity to present our findings, and our two universities, Kibabi University and Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kenya for providing us with space to do our research. Thank you so much.
Asante sana for the great presentation. Thank you for really, that hand clap means you've really touched very many in Uganda. It was like the study you carried in Uganda. Thank you so much. Please keep noting those questions. And lastly, our last presenter, Joan, please make your presentation. We have a few minutes to go. That's Joan. We are presenting from here, or you're presenting from that side. For already, we're already seeing your screen, your PPTs. Joan C. Koech, assessment of biochemical parameters of osmum, that one. Joan, are you there? Joan? If you're speaking, kindly unmute. We seem not to be having you through. IT, is she on? She's on? Okay. John, please, you have the floor. Don't mind about sharing. You can just go over your PPTs. We can scroll from this side. Okay, I'm seeing Kibe, Luce Kibe. Oh yes, yes. Assessment effects of urbanization. Please have your PPTs into the ICT desk. Maybe as Joan is organizing, Kibe, are you ready? Luce Kibe? This is Chibe. Please.
Share.
Please share your screen.
Okay.
IT, can she share the screen?
IT, can she share the screen? Who is sharing? Is it Joanne or me? Kaidri? Who is supposed to share? Is it Joanne or Lucy?
It is Lucy.
Okay, then let me share.
Okay.
So, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You have a few minutes. About we are almost out of time. You kindly summarize as much as you can.
I also want to make a disclosure.
Yes, yes.
That this is an ongoing study. It is not yet complete. So I am presenting a preliminary finding for the pilot that I did. For I could not be able to do the complete study as it was. Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
So I wanted to make that disclosure that it is not yet a complete study. It's a preliminary pilot on what is already ongoing. So I hope I have permission to present it.
Please.
Okay, thank you. My topic is on assessment of urbanization and food security in Kyambogo County, Kenya. And Kyambogo County is the nearest peri-urban county next to Nairobi, and which hosts a lot of the population that works in Nairobi. I'm from Mount Kenya University, and I just want to move very fast. Globally, we have the challenge of eradicating hunger and malnutrition by 2030. And this is one of the hardest crack of the World Food Organization, World Food Health, IFAD, and UNICEF. And this is an effort towards achieving the SDG 2. And what has actually been the most critical factor is that there has been the global triple effect, as was indicated by a study by Sacconi and Ferrino. And this triple effect was on war, and particularly on the Ukraine war, and the climate changes that have been taking place under the COVID-19 aftermath, which have had a severe effect on food security. Now, East Africa was again identified as one of the food insecurity hotspot by the FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, and in 2024, and again, an effort to scale improvement are yet to bear fruits, as billions of people are still stuck, lack safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. And food security is basically how can you hear me? What is happening? Okay, food security is underpinned by access, availability of safe, sufficient, and nutritious food that meet the dietary requirements. This situation is negated by periodic, inadequate supplies, which are driven by the weather patterns and the climate changes, and this has led to poor harvest, as indicated by a study by DEFIS in 2021. Again, a regional review dedicated climate and policy as drivers of food insecurity in Kenya, and citing the importance of an integrated approach to mitigate the food security. Again, there has been an assessment of association between food production, food security, and consumption patterns in Kenya, which always identifies the deficit on issue of food security. All the food insecurity issues stated above affect the current context, that is Kyambogo County, in addition to a unique and rapidly evolving issue, and that is driven by land use and policy changes in peri-urban county of Kyambogo, and which is of great concern. Now, the food insecurity is rapidly driven by the cheap land use, and this is from the traditional agricultural art to the fast evolving mortar and brick use, and at the same time, population has been rising rapidly from 2.4 about 2019, and has now, it's about 3 million actually currently, but the figures show at 2.75 million, and this continues to rise rapidly because of the urban migration effect, and the fact that it is the one that houses most of the people who work in Nairobi in the evening. Consequently, land use is changing rapidly, and this is because it's driven by the need for housing, commercial infrastructure, as well as the need for real estate development. This study is underpinned by 3 theories: the fondness location theory, which suggests that land use patterns are determined by distance from markets and transportation costs, and here cities land use is used for perishable crops, further away it is used for grains and livestock, or rather the staple foods. And the relevance of this in this study is that in Kenya, agricultural area, Nairobi, and other urban centers is increasingly converted to residential and commercial use, affecting food production. The other theory is urban transition theory, and its relevance here is that in Kenya, rural to urban migration is accelerating and creating pressure on food supply systems and urban planning, and therefore that also underpins the objectives of the study. But dense concentric zone model theory again is important here because as an urbanization theory highlights how population shifts reshape cities, and in this case you can see that the peri-urban land use changed to cater for real estates and housing demand in the peri-urban county. Kyambogo County is one of the fastest urbanizing regions, and it is experiencing profound land use and demographic transformation. A lot of land that was previously agriculture because it's a part of the Kenya highlands has been transformed, and this has threatened food security. And this is also accelerated by rapid urban expansion, and it is driven by population growth, infrastructural development, and particularly the proximity to Nairobi, which has led to large-scale conversion of fertile land into residential and commercial spaces. Now, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in 2019 indicated that Wow. I have messed up with my. I've messed up with my.
It is well. It's well. Yeah, you can just simply proceed.
What do I do?
And you can do.
I have messed up with my whatever. Please
it is well.
Take me back.
It is well. Just simply go to.
Yeah, take me back. Let me see.
Your screen is just clear here. I think it's network challenge, or your computer is freezing. If you don't mind, you can just simply proceed to your findings.
Hello, you where?
Just proceed to your final section of your work. You can read a side of your work.
Jesus.
It is well. It is well.
Sorry, let me just go back. I'll be very fast because there's something that I wanted to. Okay. I think the statement of problem is clearly understood that Food and Agriculture Organization indicated that urbanization heightens food insecurity, and in this case in Kyambogo County. And this problem is compounded by inadequate planning, loss of smallholder farms, and insufficient policy integration between urban development and agricultural sustainability, which would underpin food security in the peri-urban county. So urbanization has spurred economic growth, deepened the food insecurity, creating critical need to investigate the extent to which urban growth patterns influences household food access, availability, and stability in the county, and which is affiliated to SDG 11, which looks at sustainable cities and communities. Now, this study objective is that it proposes to assess the effect of urbanization on food security in Kenya, and particularly establish the effect of changing settlement, assess the effect of land conversion, and how demographic shifts influence food availability, accessibility, and sustainability in Kyambogo County. To identify, and finally it aims at identifying and planning interventions that can enhance the urban food system resilience and sustainability. It is the methodology is mixed methodology. We are going to use both qualitative and quantitative methods, and it is going to be in Kyambogo County, and already it is happening because this pilot, that is where it happened, and data collection will be both primary and secondary, and on the data, and most of this information is on record in archives by the Kyambogo government records and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And then the primary data, specifically this one is on, the pilot is on observation and also household surveys, and key informant interviews have happened in just 1 or 2 persons in the county, and the focus group discussions are yet to take place. Now, on observation and interview pilot study which have been done on target population of 50 households, 10 traders in food market, county government planning office, land office director, agriculture director, housing director, and 2 estate developers, and local sub-county in charge of land use. And the sampling was just convenient sampling because it was just it was a pilot to get to know the things, the depth of the issue, so as to be able to conduct the study. The data analysis is just will be descriptive and inferential when it is completed, but right now we only have the content and thematic analysis on this issue. And the pilot survey and secondary data findings is that large chunks of land particularly have shifted from agriculture to real estate. And the areas of concern are really Thika and Juja, and most of that land has been converted to residential and commercial use. And there is a record on land use in Kyambogo County reviewed that most land is on a high conversion rate. The towns have also expanded exponentially to cater for commercial needs for emerging businesses and population, which are hardly agro or food related, increasing food consumption, but reducing its availability and therefore the food security. Families with few acreage of land have not been saved or spared this because of the rush to dispose their land. And so land value in Kyambogo County has also increased tremendously due to the search for land to build residential units to cater for the population surge.
Lucy,
And then,
Lucy,
yes,
our time is up.
Can I just conclude?
Please.
So, the conclusion of this preliminary, I call it preliminary because I made a disclosure is an ongoing study, is that it suggests that rapid urban growth has led to conversion of productive agricultural land into residential and commercial development using domestic food production. Urban households, particularly also in most of the informal settlements, have faced increased vulnerability, and this has affected the food security. And the trend highlights dual challenge of ensuring reliable food access in Kyambogo County, and which, of course, is of great concern. So while this study is yet to be concluded, these preliminary findings from the pilot show that there is a need to continue with the study to establish the level of impact on food security, the effect of infrastructure development, and the effect of rapidly growing peri-urban population, and to find out the accessibility and affordability of fresh fruit in the market and how it affects the supply chain of food and the food security. So thank you so much for just giving me that time. I've been waiting the whole afternoon, and we are grateful to Mount Kenya University and the planner of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I just want to say thank you for all the presenters. We've had a presentation from Monica, Emmanuel, Sylvia, Joan, Peter, Janet, and then Lucy. I appreciate the fact that we are kind of lost some bit of time. Instead of starting at 2, but the events that happened that we didn't have control over entered into our afternoon time. So my apologies to those who didn't present in the morning and they were unable to get any slot this afternoon. We are creating time for whoever has not been able to present today to present tomorrow, most of our online presenters. I want to have some very quick questions to all those people who have presented. Some quick questions. I'm seeing Monique is around. All these people are still online. They are listening to you. So any question, you make sure the person who is picking one question, and then you move on if at all there is any question. Yes, there's one hand behind there. A very quick, short question. You mentioned the presenter, and then a short of a question.
Thank you so much. And my question goes to Madam Monica, the first presenter this evening. My name is Joseph Ojo. My question goes to Monica. Thank you so much, first of all. You have enlightened us in your study that teachers are not taught about climate change, and they are as ECD teachers, so we really need to do that. That being said, I would like to just to say and to ask that what SDG aligns with your study. Then the second question goes to your slide, that is the findings, slide number 10, where you talked about trauma prevalence, and you quoted UNICEF 2024. I would like to ask that it was not a bit clear. Maybe you enlighten on that. Thank you so much.
Those are 3 questions. I asked for 1 question, but you can answer one which is more serious. Yes, I'll take the microphone to Monica very quickly. Any other 1 question to any of those presenters? As Monica responds.
Thank you so much. The SDG is 13, which talks about climate action. Can I continue with the other one on the findings? The findings were very clear that, as I said, the practice owners were able to reveal that they were depending on storytelling, nature walks, and the community rituals. And therefore, normally when these disasters happen, learners go through a lot of trauma, fear, and they are even all the time absent from school. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica. Any other 1 question? Yes, go to...
Thank you so much. My name is Kochomai from Mount Kenya University. This is just a comment, just that you know, Kyambogo, pastoralists once upon a time were farmers. Then they realized when there's drought, you can't move your crops. They adopted pastoralism because it was a superior economic activity. Don't blame them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, what you say, they are still adapting. They adapted, they are still adapting. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to put this to a close. I want us to give a round of applause to each of us who have been here since 4 p.m. Please, I am clapping for you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to our rapporteur. Thank you so much for being there with us. Another one to our coordinators. Thank you so much for being patient with us. So with those few, IT, please, IT, thank you so much. So allow me hand over to Prof to give us a program for tomorrow or the next program. Do you want to give us a program for tomorrow? We are through. We are through for today. Okay. Tomorrow, yes, yeah. Members, we agree that we lost some good time today. So tomorrow we are starting at 8 sharp to create time for those who are unable to present. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So having said that, I want to thank you so much for attending our session. So allow me let you free, Madam Doctor. Yes. Yes. All right. So the working committee, we have a brief meeting here. Please don't leave yet. But Dr. Apollo is going to give our visitors a closing prayer so that they can walk safely to their destination. Dr. Apollo, you're welcome. Then after we shall, the organizing committee will stay here for a brief meeting. Thank you. Please, another round of hand clap for the chair.
Heavenly Father, we want to thank you so much for this beautiful day you've taken us through. We want to thank you that, Lord, you have enabled us to go through all the sessions that you have gone through today. We thank you for your provision in terms of food, the drinks, and everything that you've given us to nourish our spirits, to nourish our souls, to continue serving you. At this moment, Lord, that we are going to depart, we want to commit everybody body unto your hands and ask you, Lord, to cover us with your precious blood. Now that we are going to our different places to rest, keep us safe and always be with us in everything that we are going to do. Protect us throughout the night. And as we come back here tomorrow, Lord, we ask you, Holy Spirit, to guide us in everything. Father, we pray all this through your name.
Amen.
Sana, hope you're happy now. See you fixing on the ground with your phone. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. See you change your skin color and you're living longer now. Now, I'm Manulima, utumbola ngaite. Ele kakanango, Lo camisa. Yasha ingatinateo nasegi palato nazangis tena vinanae o abundele langayo mobile boinga na seando to alutina zweli embata natonga la mukiole tunanga akamati destisno Yasha boy natinateo nasegi palato nazangis tena vinanae o abundele langa mobile boinga na seando to alutina zweli embata natonga la mukiole tunanga akamati destisno mobile nangai Baboya kamoninga boy. Est-ce que vous réfléchissez? Mais ngaye, moi na boy ata to get a tribunal. Na boy so be issue se wa. Moi na boy Namba
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service. Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Wow. That tomorrow we shall not experience what we experienced this morning. And And remember also tomorrow the Vice Chancellor will be the one making the